Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Square Enix Presents E3 2016. I am Alfred Holes, Square Enix Presents producer. We've got another great year for you guys this year. We've got a ton of programs for all of our latest games: Kingdom Hearts 2.8, Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness, got that one right, Dragon Quest Builders, a whole bunch more. I'm here to kick off things for you, let you know that you'll be seeing a lot of great content today. Right off the bat, we're going to have a program from FF15, let you know all about the good stuff that's coming. Nice, cool stuff, I hear. We've also got Tomb Raider after that, top 20 tombs. So Megan Marie will be here. She'll be talking to you all about some of the best tombs from all the previous Tomb Raider games, from all the way from the first one to the latest one. And then we've got Deus Ex Go, the latest, I think just recently announced in the Go series from Square Enix Montreal. They'll be talking about that new title for you. Then we've got Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Boy, that was weird. Coming in. Also, they will talk about that new game coming up as well. Then after that, we've got a nice big program of Dragon Quest Builders. They'll be here telling you all about this great new game. A lot of people are digging it. Looks really cool. And then we've got Milestone coming up after that. They produce some of the racing games that we have, Dirt Bike Racing and other ones. They'll be telling you all about that stuff. Should be pretty cool there. And then we've got Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness. Again, I got it right. After that, it's the final Starlog this time. If you've been watching with Francis, he's been showing off a lot of the characters, a lot of the intros on that, and this will be the final one, I think, before the game comes out. So you'll be able to check that out if you've been following that series. Also, we've got Deep Silver, Agents of Mayhem. I don't know if you've seen the trailer for it. It looks really awesome, really cool. Will Powers will be here. He'll be talking to you all through that. And that kind of takes care of the first day. And then obviously we have two more full days after this, Wednesday and Thursday, with more content from FF15, more content from Kingdom Hearts, as I mentioned. Let me look at it. FF12, of course, Zodiac Age just announced. A lot of people are digging that. It was a fan favorite back at the PS2 days. We've also got more from FF14, the Producer Letter Live, I believe, will be here. They'll be doing the rundown as they've done in years past. We have more Deus Ex. They'll be talking also about Breach, the new game mode within Deus Ex. It looks pretty cool. It just got announced, I think, pretty recently, too. And then they'll also be talking about the Deus Ex universe, which is a bit of sort of how they're integrating real life into the game world of Deus Ex. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's got some cool stuff, too. Then we've got I Am Setsuna, which is a great game from Tokyo RPG Factory. It looks really good, draws inspiration from a lot of previous RPGs that Square has made. Then we also have, what is the other one? Oh, Nier Automata. That one looks really cool, being developed by Platinum Games. I'm a fan of theirs. I think a lot of people are too. This continues from the previous Nier game as well, so fans of that will be happy to see them. Then we've got some Hitman gameplay coming too. I believe we have a special guest on Tuesday doing a special hit. I think it's been announced, but you'll have to tune in and see how that one goes. And then we have more from Deep Silver coming up. We also on Thursday we have Mighty Number 9 and F1. A couple cool games there. And then what else? Oh yes, World of Final Fantasy will also be showing off a bit from that title. I think that hasn't gotten a lot recently, but you'll be hearing a lot more about it on Thursday. Let me see. And of course, Just Cause 3, Mech Land Assault, just came out. They'll be here talking through that, playing through that. Should be really fun. I just started playing the game. I love it. I love the second one, and the third one is just as good in my opinion. So, yeah, I think I've rushed through everything as fast as I can. I know, it's weird. But I'm glad to have you back. Glad for you to be here. Hope you'll follow us across today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Lots of cool stuff to talk about, lots of stuff to explain about that maybe you haven't heard yet, or if you have and you just want to see the folks again, they'll be here too. So, whatever you like. Well, with that, I got to get out of here because FF15 is coming in. They're going to be dropping a lot of cool stuff on you. More things that I think were even announced yet, so I don't know. We'll see what they do. Cool. Well, all right, guys. Thank you for tuning in once again. I'll be back probably at the end of the day to sign you off, and then I'll be back again also Tuesday and Wednesday with all of that good stuff. So thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you later.
Just won't quit. You're on ice.
Hi everybody, and welcome to the Final Fantasy XV E3 2016 kickoff. This will be the first of 4 Square Enix Presents programs presented at E3 2016. I am Kari Takasue, the Social Marketing Manager for Final Fantasy XV, and today I'm joined by 2 lovely gentlemen, starting with...
I'm the first lovely gentleman, of course. My name is Matt Kishimoto, and I'm the Senior Product Manager for Final Fantasy XV.
And I'm Ryan Matsuno, Final Fantasy XV Global Marketing Team.
Awesome, so let's get started. Can you guys tell me what we're going to be doing here? It's the first of the show, first program. What are we here for?
E3 has officially begun, but for starters, we hope everyone tuned in to our Day Zero edition of the ATR last night, where we gave everyone a preview of what's to come at E3.
But guys, it's E3.
Yeah.
E3 is kicking off. That's
Here,
crazy.
it just started.
It's starting. It's crazy. All right. But what did we cover last night in that Day Zero ATR? First off, that trailer done by the one, the only Afrojack. So if you missed our Day Zero ATR, don't worry about it. We'll cover everything very, very quickly. And then
Yes, so we did the Grammy Award-winning collaboration. I mean, Afrojack is the Grammy Award winner producer.
Yeah.
And that was a really great collaboration. We're showing it on our screens right now. But what about for those who love you guys, who've already seen the Day Zero ATR? What do we have that's new for them?
Yeah, that's the cool thing. So we're not just recapping a bunch of old things, but we have some new things to unveil as well.
Yep, so I loved the ATR last night. I loved Afrojack. But what else are we going to talk about today?
What else are we going to talk about today? We'll get into that.
Okay.
We'll get into that.
Okay. So watch it on our screen, the Afrojack ATR, and I think we're going to move on to something exciting called the trailer.
Well, let's talk about the trailer.
Okay.
We just saw it.
Yeah.
Everyone saw it.
Yeah.
I think everyone was a little surprised at the approach we took this time,
It was very different.
right? Normally, E3 trailers are story-driven, or you get that classic Final Fantasy feel. Well, we did something totally different this time around.
Yeah, I think it threw people off in the beginning, but I think my favorite part was just that moment that, Afrojack came on, the text, and then you saw Rainia there. It was just like, what is this? What about you? What part did you like?
No, I think even for me, like, not even just E3 trailers, but Final Fantasy trailers in general, they're very story-driven and they're very kind of narrative, and they focus on characters and stuff like that. So I've never even seen something that's this kind of full-on action.
Yeah, I guess Noctis did not get the memo that it was supposed to be a story-driven trailer. He wanted to do straight-up action.
We'll text him next time.
Yeah, next time.
He tweeted at us. I was so happy. But so next up, we talked about the Titan demo. So for those who haven't seen it, can we watch the Titan demo here?
Yeah. All right. If you guys missed it, this is the Titan demo.
What the hell is it you want? Quit screwing with my head! You gotta be kidding me. You serious? I got no choice. I think those Imperial soldiers just want to Nice timing, Gladio. No time for napping.
So Matt, yesterday at the Xbox briefing, you went on stage, played this demo live, so you know all about it.
I do.
Kaori, did you get a chance to play it?
I actually did.
Ooh.
I'm not the best game player, and I just don't have time to play games these days, but I did get a chance to play it. I thought the quick time events were really fun for players, and at the ending, you get the Blizzard spell, so that was really satisfying, and it's like epic scale, so I really
Yeah,
liked
that
it.
climax at the end is dope. And tomorrow we'll be playing the E3 demo live all the way through.
You?
Actually,
Yeah.
I think we're gonna let Matt do a little revenge challenge and show people what he's got.
Redemption.
Redemption.
Is the
That's,
right word.
that's the right
Yeah.
word, I guess.
Okay, so that's cool with the Titan demo. So other stuff in the Final Fantasy 15 universe, what can we talk about here?
We definitely covered a few things from the Final Fantasy 15 universe yesterday. Why don't we start with the Kingsglaive Final
Oh,
Fantasy 15
man.
E3 trailer?
Let's
watch it.
do it.
It is an honor to be recognized by the great King Regis, yet permit me to stand on ceremony and introduce myself nonetheless. Arden Izunia, Chancellor of Niflheim, and I come to you on this most auspicious of days to offer terms of peace.
You see, we don't need any of you immigrants jumping around, playing war hero.
I have no choice but to receive the Empire and accept their treaty.
Your Majesty, please, give the order to deploy the Glade.
The king has spoken, and you have heard. All lands beyond the wall are to be relinquished to the Empire.
Those are our homes out there, our people! And you're just gonna go along with this and abandon them?
Sacrifice Lucian's sons to save his own?
To save the world.
Get out of there, it's a trap!
Well, everyone's quiet. Speechless. Out there? Speechless?
Such
Well,
a dope trailer.
Such a dope trailer.
Crazy.
Well, I personally love Luna because as a woman, I think she's very grounded and strong. Though I love Nyx because I always root for like the main guy. What about you guys? Let's take a vote.
I have to give my nod to Luna as well, but mostly for the voice acting from Lena Headey. I think her voice, her performance on Luna just matches so well.
Yeah.
What about you?
For me, I mean, like, Aaron Paul is so perfect as Nyx. Like, that was the first time we got to hear everything in action, so that was cool. That was really cool. But for some reason, there's this character at the end, Crow. So Aaron Paul actually shouts out her name, the brown-haired girl.
Yeah.
I don't know, something about like her realism, like it looks really cool, and I just kind of really want to know more about her.
Okay, enough about you and liking CG girls. Always liking the CG girls.
Well, that's weird.
But everybody watching, the movie will be coming out pretty soon, right? So stay on your toes. It's almost here.
There's a date on that now.
Yeah, so in theaters,
August 19th.
across the states, and select theaters in August.
Theaters. So that's very exciting. Well, so we did Kingsglaive, we did the demo. I think you guys talked about another thing yesterday called Brotherhood, episode 2.
Ah, our fan favorites.
Fan favorite.
Yes.
Do we have the trailer to roll right now?
We do have the trailer.
Okay.
All right,
let's
go.
watch it.
프롬프터!
大丈夫？王子、僕と友達の。ノクティス様。
どうしたノクト？
ルナフレーナって人が、ルナフレーナ様がそれを望んでいる僕に。
Alright, so that one was very different from the first Noctis episode. This is an all-new one on Prompto or Plumpto.
That's my joke.
Oh, it's mine now.
You keep making new jokes and we'll keep taking it.
You stole it last night and then you stole it today. That's
but
all right.
Plumpto,
Fine.
that's so weird, right? Like you're wondering how did he become so big, or he was originally big, and then what did he do to get skinny? Like what motivated him? And the little dogs. So there's 2 dogs. I'm like a lover. Do you like dogs?
Yeah,
Cats?
of course. Everyone likes dogs.
I love cats too.
Yeah.
But dogs have a special place in my heart. And do we know the names of those dogs?
I don't think
Not
we
yet?
can quite reveal them yet.
No spoilers.
But they have names.
And they're very, very important.
Very important.
Trust us.
Yeah, so there is a relationship. They're not just little puppies that come into the show, but they're actual characters in the universe of Final Fantasy 15, which we will learn about more. So did you guys watch it yet?
I did watch it. I snuck a viewing in it.
I have not fully.
Ooh.
Have you?
I have.
You guys are both cheating. That's not fair.
It's not about being a cheater. We have to make sure like we understand what we're watching. And do the people out there know that it's actually going to run today in like 30 minutes? It's going to be out at 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Pacific
Really?
time. So 4 p.m. in the East Coast, 5 a.m. in Japan. You get to see the full episode, all 15 minutes of its glory, pretty soon.
And where can people see this episode?
On YouTube, on the Final Fantasy 15 YouTube page.
That's cool.
All right.
Awesome.
So
So we've talked about everything.
Right? And what about new stuff?
New.
All about the new stuff.
Here we go, new stuff.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
So, starting, we have a very special guest, all the way from El Segundo, California, the very charming, the very wonderful Mr. Mark Terada.
Hey.
Yay.
How come Mark doesn't get the lovely
He's
moniker? It's
charming.
just
He's charming.
me and Ryan.
You guys are
He's
lovely.
not lovely, he's charming.
He's more charming. Hey, Mark.
Get his headphones on.
Yeah.
Here. All right, how's it going, everybody?
We're doing good. How are
What's
you?
up, Mark?
Good. What's going on?
Mark, you trekked all the way down from the far lands of El Segundo for a reason. I'm hoping for a good reason.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me do it. They wouldn't let me talk about this because they said only you can talk
Well,
about
it's a big
this.
secret. So yes, I came all the way from El Segundo, huge, at least an hour trek, if that. But I'm actually here to announce I've actually taken a new role at Square, where I'm actually the director of a new game.
A new game?
A new game, I know.
What?
Should we announce it? Should we announce it? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So actually, this new game is related to the Final Fantasy series. Excuse me, the Final Fantasy 15 series, and it's gonna be called A King's Tale Final Fantasy 15.
A King's Tale? What is
So-
that about?
So
Whoa,
King's Tale, Final Fantasy. So okay, wait. Hold on. So we got Final Fantasy 15, the main game, which is massive in itself, and we got another game.
King's Tale?
So
What's that about?
All these questions are running through our heads.
yeah,
Mark.
I know.
like gameplay. What is this? How's it relate? Like, too many things are going through my mind right now.
All right, so to get rid of or kind of alleviate all your questions, so this is, you're correct, this is a standalone retro game that's actually inspired by a lot of the kind of the old school brawler games as well.
That's cool.
Whoa.
This
What
is
the-
dope.
I know.
What?
This is dope.
Mark, that looks really good. I mean, dang, but who's
Wait
that
a-
character?
Who is that?
I don't think that's not.
It's
Doesn't look like
not
Noctis to me.
Noctis.
Good catch. All right, so it is not Noctis. Actually, it's a very young King Regis. This game actually takes place 30 years in the past before Final Fantasy 15.
What the heck? And who are these other guys on the screen?
So these are some of the enemies that we have that are actually from either older Final Fantasy games, but as well as from the main Final Fantasy 15 as
cool.
well.
I did notice, though,
The bomb.
the
Bomb.
bomb.
I know.
Your favorite.
Who else did you notice?
I can't talk about it until we see more monsters.
So I got a question. So you said this is a young King Regis. So this takes place a few years in the past, like how many years? And is this kind of like within the storyline of Final Fantasy 15?
So let me break it down for a little bit here. So as I mentioned before, it takes place 30 years before the
30
main
years.
Final
30
Fantasy
years. 30
15.
years.
But
Okay.
actually, the way that this entire game is set up is actually it's a fairy tale that's being told to Noctis. So Noctis and Regis are in the bedroom, and then Noctis is just begging his father. He's like, "Please tell me a fairy tale, but not one of the old boring fairy tales that you tell me all the time." And so Regis kind of concocts this story of this adventure that he had with him and his friends 30 years before
so
before
they're
Noctis
actual
was
characters.
even there. Yeah, they're actual characters. Yeah.
What?
That's so cool. So I mean, where did you even come up with this concept? You talked about arcade brawlers, beat 'em ups. Like, where did you come up with this?
So growing up, we all love video games, and especially I grew up playing a lot of the action brawlers that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, either in the arcades or at home. And so when I got to work at Square Enix, I wanted to take on multiple roles, and one of my dreams really was to help not only just market a game but also kind of direct a game on my own as well. So I finally became an
Fancy
opportunity.
director. Well, I love side-scrolling beat them up types of games. I used to
Yeah.
play them in the arcade with my friends all the time. Did you?
I did, of course. We got anything
I think we have a
else?
few more
More
screenshots actually. Yeah.
Ooh.
I know.
Yeah, the Iron Giant. I recognize him.
So as you can see, yeah. So we have some very classic monsters in here. So we have the Iron Giant, we have the Bomb, and actually the Slonine, which is a kind of a new character, I believe, in Final Fantasy 15. And so as I mentioned, we're trying to, definitely bring back the nostalgia factor for fans, but also have a ton of action and combat and new enemies that'll attract new fans as well. So the people that are working on this game are true diehard fans of Final Fantasy, and so they want to make sure that we stay true to what Final Fantasy is, but also make it approachable for new fans as well.
That's cool.
Absolutely. So Sloanin, we did actually show off during our Instagram campaign in October. So I think fans would be excited to see him here again as well.
Is that the same monster that Noctis is parrying in the
Oh,
in the E3 trailer?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with that
right?
crazy
Yeah.
transition,
Oh,
like right when the
okay,
beat
okay,
hits.
okay. That's
Yeah.
dope.
cool.
That's dope.
Yep, yep.
But okay, we know that there's classic monsters. gameplay. What is this gameplay like? Are there
Tell us
what
more.
come on features?
So as I mentioned before, so it's an action brawler. So it's a side-scrolling action brawler where you have full motion control, up, down, left, right, through the entire board. But you're going to be able to use magic, summons, or astrals is what we call them, but also some companion attacks as well.
So companions.
Who are
So
your
all we see here in this screenshot and then the previous screenshot, we just see Regis. So does that mean you get to play as other characters, or what does that mean, companions?
So the companions that you play with are actually characters that you probably are. Some of them you're familiar with. Some of them are actually brand new as well. They're being introduced to the Final Fantasy 15 world. But yeah, so the combat for the companions themselves are actually going to be kind of quick time summons that do a really kind of unique attack for each of the 3 companions that you're going to have. One of which that you may recognize is actually a much younger Sid.
Sid.
Young Sid.
Anybody
That's
new?
cool.
Anybody new that we don't know?
There are a couple new characters that we can't reveal just yet, but fear not, they're going to be really amazing.
Okay.
So summons. You said summons are in this game.
They are.
Astral.
How is Titan gonna fit in this screen?
Too big.
Like, Iron Giant already takes up like a third
Yeah.
of the screen. Like, how are you gonna be a Titan or any other one?
So I'm not going to get too bogged down with the mechanics of everything, but actually, so the way that we're having summons come in is actually the screen itself will most likely kind of zoom out, and then it'll be just a giant, massive attack from the summon itself. But we're staying true to the look and the feel of both Final Fantasy 15, but also blending it with the retro style as well.
Cool. What about warp striking? Can you
That's
warp?
all you care about. CG girls, warp striking.
But warp striking is like the coolest thing ever.
It
and
is
so
pretty cool.
I just want to know.
So Warp Strike is in this game,
That's
and the
cool.
combat mechanics are awesome. In addition to Warp Strike, you're also going to have a bunch of different combat abilities with the different motions. And in fact, so this isn't going to be a simple kind of button mash type brawler. There's actually a lot of complexity to it as well, where certain enemies you need to attack with certain attacks. Enemies can parry attacks, you can parry attacks, or roll past them. There's going to be aerial attacks, in addition to all the magic and the summons and the companion attacks as well. So we're really trying to make this as robust a game as possible.
Dude, it's crazy.
Robust. Well, so my role is the social marketing manager. So I'm always here for the people, for the fans. So I would love to speak on behalf of them. I think there are 2 questions that we're all thinking about right now. When is it coming out, and how do I get my hands on it?
All right, so without further ado, this game will be coming out day and date with the main Final Fantasy 15 on September 30th. And the only way to get it is actually going to be through retailer exclusives. In the US and Canada, it'll be available for GameStop and EB Games. So every single pre-order that you have at both of those places, you will automatically get this game for free.
That's pretty cool. So just pre-order, and
Correct.
it's yours at GameStop or EB Canada here.
Correct.
And other places around the world.
Yeah, and so for Europe, Japan, Latin America, we'll have more information on our various websites and social media channels as far as where you can attain this game as well.
It's cool. It's cool. Dude, so all the screenshots, they look phenomenal. We understand when we can get it. When can we see some actual gameplay, some live code, some video, like now?
I wish. No, we're still working on the game very diligently. But actually, so the first trailer for this game is due actually to be at Comic-Con. So shortly thereafter, only about a month or so.
Cool. Sounds good.
So that's cool. Anything else? For me, all my questions are answered.
Mine are.
You covered it. I just want to see a video. And
I just
you
wanna
covered
play
it.
it.
I know. So anything else? You want to give us a rundown? Anything else you want to make sure everybody knows?
Well, I guess one other thing I can kind of mention on the screenshots that are showing on screen. So the first 2 take place within Insomnia, and then the one on the right actually is the first glimpse of Disguise, which is from the demo that everyone played as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to take place in 3 different areas throughout the Final Fantasy 15 world. We have a variety of characters and enemies that you can use and combat with. But as I mentioned, really the focus of this is an ode to fans, both old and new, just to make sure that everyone just has a ton of fun playing Final Fantasy 15.
It's a new flavor of Final Fantasy 15 with Behemoth.
Yeah.
Gorilla.
Mark, you're making it difficult. I don't know what I want to play more on September.
Do it all.
Just
play
like
it all.
switch.
You get
back
2
and forth.
games on the same day, so it's like.
I know.
All right. So a full retro game coming out. Thank you so much, Mark, for coming on the show, and we'll see you very soon.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
see you
Mark.
back in El Segundo.
All right, see you.
All the way in El Segundo.
So.
That was crazy.
Yeah, but we still have more stuff. That's the cool part about this Square Enix Presents program.
Oh.
We still got some new stuff to show.
I think I know what it is. Are we gonna do the?
I don't think that was very secretive when you're covering the mic.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
I think we are, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this other new piece of information is going to be showing new artwork, and not just any artwork, but we're going to talk you through some of the North American artwork that we're working on, like the front of box.
Ooh.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So very excited to bring that to everybody today. So in Japan, they reveal their kind of front of box packaging on March 30th, and so this is what it looks like if you guys haven't seen it. And it's awesome. It kind of tells the story of the guys and the road trip and all that, kind of all in one very beautiful piece.
Yeah, my key takeaway when I look at Japan's artwork is that they're lifelong friends, they're on a journey, and it's a very serene piece of artwork, and it makes me feel really calm and curious about what the road ahead is.
Yeah.
But what about our box? What are we
Yeah.
thinking about?
So I guess without further ado, we're very excited to reveal what our front of box looks like, which is a bunch of question marks. Look at that.
Is it the same?
So Matt, is this done? Is this all just done and final?
So what we're going to show you guys today is we're going to show you kind of a near final pack art, and so we're very excited to share that.
I know you've been working up to this moment for a very, very long time. Near final, like how final is
Near final, I'd say like 98 to 99%.
Ooh, that's
near
almost that's pretty much
final.
there.
So yeah,
Okay.
we just want to keep kind of making tweaks and making it look awesome and just kind of refining some of the details in there.
I see. You want to get it at its best. So are we going to all take a deep breath right now? Take a deep breath. Are you ready to do this? You're going to show off.
All right,
What we
let's show off what this artwork looks like.
Here we go.
More question marks.
it.
I love it.
Whoa. It's
Cool.
very different from the Japanese artwork. It's much more intense. What's going on here? What am I looking at?
Wait. So the dev team made a brand new piece of key art along with the Japanese one for North America?
I think so. Yeah, just the first point about this is like this is a very, very special project, kind of for everybody. So in the first time in history of Final Fantasy main numbered titles, this is the first time that anybody outside of the development team has worked on the front of box key art, and I think that's what's so special and such an honor to work on this.
That's
This
really
is what
cool.
it is.
It's really cool. It looks so different.
But I mean, Ryo, you've worked at the company for a while, and you worked on Final Fantasy 13. So you've seen kind of how the Japan team, the headquarters team works.
Yeah, I mean the dev teams this is their baby. Like
Yeah.
the front of box artwork represents the game that they've been working on for years, and for them to allow you to do something that's different, it's a big step, and that's a huge undertaking. That's a lot of pressure, Matt.
Yeah, it's
That's a lot of pressure.
lot of pressure. 14 numbered titles leading into 15. Yeah.
14 titles. That's like 29 years. So if you do the math, we're going to have to wait till 2035 if we fail this front of box to get another chance.
Yeah, and I think that's like the pressure that I had on my shoulders the whole time of working with the team to kind of come up with the concepts and take it to finish.
But that's the cool thing about BD2, Business Division 2, is that they're so
Yeah.
open-minded, and
I
you
like
had this
that
vision,
about them.
and you sold them on the vision, and they let you take it away, and I think that's what's cool about this.
Yeah. And so, yeah, again, like I said before, it's just an honor to be able to work on something like this.
Okay, so real quick, what is the theme? Because it looks so different from the Japanese, box art. What's the theme that you were thinking about when you were talking about this?
So I think when we started, we just really wanted to do something different. We wanted to do something a little bit more unexpected, something that we hadn't seen in the past. So I think without going into every minute, excruciating detail of what we did, we took our team in LA through every detail of Final Fantasy 15. We took them through each one of the characters, their subtle differences. We took them through kind of the story of the game, the relationships that there is. We took them through kind of the themes that we want to make sure are covered, like the whole Brotherhood theme, the road trip, the open world, and the sense of scale. And really what we wanted to communicate is how fun and how cool Final Fantasy 15 is going to be.
Now, did you just arrive immediately at this vision? Like, how did you get here?
You warp strike here.
So I have another gift
Ooh.
that I brought everybody. I guess gift, present, I don't know, surprise. So check this out. We started with over 50 concepts. It might have even been over 100 now thinking about it. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, we started with just a number of different ideas on how we wanted to approach Final Fantasy 15, and it could be communicated to people in so many different ways, and this is what we had.
So how did you come up with the final direction? I mean, there's so many concepts.
And they're
there's
so
many-
different, too.
Yeah, and you want to convey so many messages of Final Fantasy 15.
I think that was the hard part. So I mean, it wasn't just a me decision. It was a decision amongst like a core team, and that was really the tough part. So once we started getting into sketch phase, there were so many kind of cool comps that could kind of communicate different things to people. What I wanted to do is I just kind of had to think about what could best represent Final Fantasy 15 in one kind of solid piece, and communicate that to people, and that's kind of where we ended up.
So is the winning direction in here, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, so we just showed the frontal box, so it's the upper left.
This is where you started.
That's where we started. I mean, there's so many in there that I love, but yeah, this is the one where we landed on. I mean, it kind of talks about so many things of 15, and so we started with actually Noctis's head turned away from the camera and kind of looking at the open world ahead with all the kind of characters going into a battle. Yeah.
So, how did you go from here? Like, what? How many
what's the
steps did you?
progress
Yeah,
of it?
like,
how
how do you go from the
from
sketch?
here?
I think it's really cool on kind of how the BD2 or the Business Division 2 team works, and so they're so super accommodating, super open, and so they were willing to hand over all the models and kind of all the character renderings and stuff like that and the rigging, so we can kind of do some cool stuff. But we brought kind of the step-by-step process on where we started from this early sketch, because there's still some issues with it. There's not a focal point and stuff like that. So here's kind of the evolution of kind of where we started
Box art.
and where we ended.
Oh, I see.
It's very detailed.
Yeah.
This is like modeling, like it looks like clay almost.
I mean, like, even from the first two, all you see is kind of like a darker image, but if you look in the distance, like, one of the things is we wanted to put a shadowy figure in there.
Right.
And I never wanted to say who that figure was, but I wanted, like, a focal point for people to be like, okay, like, Noctis and his crew, they're going after somebody. And then we started playing around with sense of scale. And
Right, because he's not even looking at the camera, right? Here,
Yeah.
or like looking at the camera, looking at the fan. But then here he turns his head, and in the final piece that you showed earlier, or
Yeah.
the close to final piece, he's looking at the consumer. Is that kind of what you envisioned?
I think so. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I think for most people, like, they connect a little bit more emotionally once they can kind of see the protagonist or somebody kind of looking directly at you and just being like, come join this adventure we're about to go on, and this is going to be just awesome.
So what about inspiration? What inspired you to go in this direction?
I mean, there's just so many things, and I think that's the beauty of Final Fantasy 15 is there's just so many angles you can take at it. You can just make Noctis like the hero. You can look at theatrical stuff. You can look at TV stuff. You can look at like kind of music album covers and stuff like that. And so, I mean, like, this is where I really ended up with.
Feeling good about this one?
I do. I mean, like, even if we talk a little bit more about kind of like the step-by-step, it's like we wanted to play with the sense of scale, so we put kind of a big astral in the background. And we, like, even the posing of each character, you can see kind of from the third and fourth one, the second and third one we added in the car, and we have Prompto kind of jumping over and all sorts of
I
crazy
noticed
stuff.
that, and I'd like, the first one, the characters are kind of more or less stationary. They're not in a moment of movement per se. But then as you gradually go, you get them action. You got Prompto jumping over the
Jump in with
car,
his gun,
and you get this
get
sense
the
of action now with like a still image, and I think that's a pretty cool approach you took.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to make sure that Prompto had a lot of energy, and every character we kind of took a lot of subtle cues from their personality from in-game, and that's kind of how we arrived at this piece. So, what else?
What about that last one? Yeah,
Tell me about the background.
I like how both of you have the same
Sorry.
question. So,
Get into
we're
your
not
head.
quite ready to reveal what that is or who those are. But the background in general, this is from an area within the game. And again, this is also another secret that we're not ready to reveal quite yet, exactly where this is or what happens in this area. But everything in here is very, very important and integral. But yeah, I mean, you guys are asking about the background, but we played around with a lot of different backgrounds. We looked at kind of almost every land and cityscape and kind of vista within it. And so this one, I felt best encapsulated all of it.
So we see the progress.
Yeah.
Let's do it back to back.
Back to back from beginning to end.
What about the colors? Because I love colors. What about the mood? Do you like the mood of this piece?
The mood. I think we did a lot of different things. We try to do midday where it's nice and blue. We try to do kind of overcast and gloomy where it's very gray. But really where the magic and the color comes out is at sunset.
Right.
And then so that's where we wanted to have the light start hitting off of. I mean, like if you look at the final image or the 98 to 99% final, you can see kind of the reflections off the car, 98 to 99% finished. But you can see the reflection off the car, and really you couldn't get that nice reflection if it wasn't that sunset time of day. So we thought about almost every detail when we were pulling this together.
That's Matt. This is really impressive. I mean, you went from a concept, like a sketch on paper, to this near final 99% finished box art. So
It's cool. Like when you're talking on the phone with your designers, it's like make Prompto look like he's more excited jumping over, or make Gladio look more macho. Like, you know what I mean? His expressions.
I could have done it in Microsoft Paint also
Yeah,
to sketch
right.
all of this out.
Yeah,
But,
right.
but no, I mean, really, it's a big thank you to the development team to allow us this opportunity to create a piece of art. Again, they've never let us do this, and so we really wanted to say thank you to them. And it's just an honor to be able to put something together like this.
Right.
What else do we have to talk
You have
about?
another surprise for me, I heard.
We do?
Yes, it
Do
says
I?
surprise
something
number
about
3.
this. Something
All right.
about this package.
So we do got one more. So this is the front of box artwork, and so the Japanese front of box artwork we've also shown, and so I know a lot of hardcore Final Fantasy fans love that just kind of clean aesthetic look of just the logo on a blank background, and so what we wanted to do is the next slide. So we wanted to create a reversible cover for everybody, and so we wanted to create a very clean, just background. So whichever cover you
can
like,
switch it
yeah,
for every game?
for every game for
What?
I mean the Xbox and the
so it's
PS4
just
version.
you could take it out, reverse it, and this is what's on the other side.
Exactly.
Like a classic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Reversible
I really liked what you guys did on Final Fantasy 13.
Uh-huh.
There's kind of like this very kind of clean aesthetic feel of snow, and the Shiva bikes on the flip
On the reverse side, yeah.
Yeah, so
Open
we
the
wanted to
box.
really kind of pay homage and give fans kind of what they ask for. Like personally for me as a longtime Final Fantasy fan, yeah, this is kind of something I'd always want.
Sounds good.
I might even flip my front of box artwork.
I'm not
You're gonna
flipping
flip-
mine.
You know,
I like the new
normally I like this clean look, this logo look, because I grew up with Final Fantasy, and this is what kind of the look is to me. But
Right.
I really like yours, so I don't know. I might keep it.
Yeah,
I might keep it with yours.
Yeah, your art style, yeah, I figured, yeah, you would want to do this.
I like it.
All right.
I hope everybody
So-
likes it too.
Kaori, what about you? Which one would you prefer?
You know me. I like colors. I like feelings, characters. I'm gonna flip it. It's a new generation.
You're gonna do this one or
Flip
the
the
other
other
one?
side. Back to the regular side.
Regular side.
Regular side. Although this is, I love the Mono-san logo. It's beautiful, but I'm ready for the artwork.
Getting
You
a little
okay?
feedback. Yeah.
That
Cool,
was
cool.
Noctis talking. Anyway, so where
So
are we
now,
going now?
do you have any more surprises? Like, there's a lot of stuff we've
I know,
just
I'm like,
done in the last 2
surprise
days.
three,
It's
surprise
like it's
four.
hard to keep track of all the new information, but
Unfortunately, I don't. That's what I brought is the kind of the front of box key art, and I hope kind of everybody enjoys it. Yeah, and like a kind of a little bit of an insight on kind of the step-by-step process, because yeah, it's been a long process. So
It's been exciting.
yeah, it's been a fun one.
you lie.
What?
There is another thing you're doing.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, I know the other
Outside?
thing. At the LA Live.
Have people seen it? I don't know if people
Have you
seen
seen
it.
it? Have you seen it? The
You
warp
forgot
striking?
about it. I
I
can't believe you
do.
forgot about it.
All right, so we are here at the LA Convention Center. So if you go over to LA Live, the Microsoft Square, there's tons of things happening over there.
Right.
Lots of restaurants, lots of fun things to do. But if you look up, if you're standing by the Staples Center and you're looking at LA Live, you can see these 7 panels. And basically what I wanted to create was Noctis warp striking across all of these
There you
7
go,
panels.
the warp strike.
Warp strike. Warp strike.
You just want a warp strike.
But it's cool. So if you guys get a chance, even if you're not able to come into the convention center and you're in the LA area, I think it'll be running for the next month or 2.
Yeah, till the end of the
But it's just kind of cool to see Noctis Warp Strike. There's sound effects, there's music. So go check that out
What
if you
are
have
the
a
sound
chance.
effects like?
Pew pew. Is that about right?
I'm sure it's cooler than that.
Should I be on the sound team now?
I'm sure it's better than that.
Okay.
Pew pew.
So I think that covers it all for today, right? Is
Think
there
that
anything
does.
else?
Are there any
Yeah.
other?
We should do a quick
are there any
recap.
other
Let's do a
surprises I
recap.
forgot?
All right.
Okay,
So
quick
we've
recap.
we started off with the Final Fantasy 15 trailer featuring Afrojack, the full version
This
of it.
part was cool on the rails, like
Car on fire.
Yeah.
Insomnia.
What about the Marlboros?
Oh, Marlboro was really good. It's like, okay. And
Okay.
then I think we talked about episode 2, Brotherhood.
Yep. It's available.
So little
very soon.
Noctis, his friendship with Prompto, you'll get to see that in like 10 minutes, guys. Like in the next 10 minutes, the full episode will be out. So, and then
We showed the
E3
trial of.
demo. Yeah, the trial of
he has
Titan.
5 toes, very big feet.
We'll play through it tomorrow. Matt will
Redeem
redeem himself.
Redeem. It's redemption
tomorrow.
time.
Redemption time.
What are
for
you gonna
tomorrow.
do different tonight?
Not be on stage in
More
front
dodging?
of thousands of people.
More
And I'm gonna
dodging.
show you guys like the full kind of breadth of kind of combat and abilities you can do and kind of the variety of stuff.
Because you're gonna
so
play through the full demo.
I'll show through all of
Okay.
it. Yeah.
And the
Kaori,
demo-
thank you for telling us he has 5 toes.
Yeah, but the demo is actually showing on the E3 floor. We have 22 kiosks that everybody can play, so please check that out. Also, we have.
Of course, we talked about the Kingsglaive
so
trailer.
good. It
Cool.
looks so real, huh?
Yeah, it's
It
crazy.
doesn't look like CG at all.
Yeah, so this trailer is online right now on YouTube. You can kind of search for it. But yeah, what else did we talk about?
We got this new
don't
game.
forget about
King's Tale.
King's Tale coming out
King's Tale.
September 30th with the game. And
we did.
what we just
we
did.
did your near final packaging for North America.
Absolutely.
Your new look.
Yep.
Okay, and I think that's all for today. But the remainder of E3, we're going to have a lot more shows. We have a segment tomorrow with Mr. Ofuji and Mr. Tabata right here.
An active time report.
Active time report for the Japanese audience. We will also be back here to let Matt redeem himself, correct?
Yep.
And on the final day, day 3, we will be here with Tabata-san asking the community's questions. So I think we have a full slate ahead for E3.
Yeah.
And then we have some other activities going on right in our booth. We have
Oh, that's right.
E3 special presentations.
Yes, and
running
today-
all 3 days.
Today,
Today.
2:15, the director Hajime Tabata-san will be in there revealing some more secrets, things that have never been revealed here in our theater at 2:15. If you're not here on the show floor, you can watch it all on Final Fantasy 15's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
cool.
I got to sneak information from him about what he's going to show.
What
There's
is
some
it?
Dude,
cool
you
stuff.
cheat so much.
Oh yeah, I
You
cheat.
get-
Of course I cheat.
Dude, that's not fair.
Cheater.
And then,
Okay, what
So
else?
yeah, I can't wait.
and Cardi went over the schedule for our remaining Square Enix
It's
Presents
right up here
programs. We
for
still got a lot of
everybody.
stuff.
And
More Square
who's
Enix
on?
presents.
Okay, so I'm on that.
Mr. Sofa is in
one.
pretty much all of them. At least
Mr.
tomorrow for sure, because you
Sofa.
need to redeem
Dude,
yourself.
enough with the name. There's not even a sofa in here. I can't even do that
Mr. Chair.
pose. It's like,
We'll get you a sofa
Okay.
for tomorrow.
So you two, enough of that. Let's bring Mark back out here so he can wave to the fans.
But I
think
guess
he
Mark's
has-
gone.
He left
He's
already?
a very important man.
and
He's
maybe
back
he
to
went
El Segundo?
all the way back to El Segundo, that
Okay.
far, far journey.
All right, so I guess we're gonna wrap up now, but you know, in 8 minutes, you guys get to watch Brotherhood, episode 2 with Prompto and doggies,
Plumpto.
puppies. So we're signing off. Thank
Cool.
you, everybody, for
Stay
watching.
tuned for
Stay
more.
tuned.
Thanks again for watching.
everyone. My name is Megan Marie, and I'm the Senior Community Manager at Crystal Dynamics. And I am joined today by Jade Jolie and Raymond Croft, who I almost combined into Jade Jolie, or Jade Raymond.
Jade Raymond.
That is not correct. Yes, but we have two superhero fans with us today, and we are going to talk about Tombs. We're going to talk about nostalgic Tomb Raider, and the reason that we're going to do that is because this year is the 20th anniversary of Tomb Raider. That's huge, 20 years of the franchise. So, Jade, how long have you been streaming? You're a big streamer in the community.
Well, I've been streaming for 2 years now. So I do a variety of games, like mainly FPS, and obviously I'm a huge Tomb Raider fan.
Yeah.
So, like, people know me as like the Lara of Twitch because I'm such a huge fan, and I pretty
and
much
you dress
talk
up in
about
costumes sometimes while you stream.
Yeah,
So you've done Lara
I've
costumes.
done some playthroughs of some like Tomb Raider games as Lara. So
Cool, awesome. And Ray, longtime Tomb Raider fan.
Yes, I am an extremely long-time Tomb Raider fan, probably since I popped out the womb.
Yes, there we go. And you have probably the most extensive Tomb Raider shirt collection I've ever seen.
Yes, I have about 30 Tomb Raider shirts.
It's incredible, awesome.
Yes.
So we wanted to get insights from other super fans, and we also have some insights from our fan sites. But essentially, we're going to count down some of the top tombs and take a nostalgic look at the franchise. One of the top tombs from each game, and we should go ahead and kick that off because we have a lot. It's a lot to cover. There's some fantastic tombs throughout the last 20 years. So let's go ahead and roll to the first clip. So these clips were actually provided to us by one of our official fan sites, Captain Elbin. Clara of Captain Elbin took these clips for us so that we could enjoy them. I think she captured the perfect moments in each of these tombs. So this one is the Lost Valley.
Yes, the Lost Valley, one of my probably my favorite, maybe. Probably.
Yeah, I would say.
I feel like there's not really that much that can compete with that in the first game. I mean, it has
Definitely.
a dinosaur, a T-Rex, right?
Yes, when
Look
you
at
just
that.
come out and you see it, and it just, I love the animatronic of it just coming out, looking at you and roaring. Like, that was next
And
level
if it
for
gets
its
you,
time.
it's so brutal. It gets so brutal if it
Yeah.
actually captures you. But I love like when you're in the Lost Valley and then the ground starts shaking and you're like, what is happening?
What is coming out right now?
Yeah, so we actually have a quote from one of our fan sites, and Jessica Dins of Tomb Raider Level Editor says, "I love the Lost Valley. When I saw the T-Rex for the first time, I thought, gosh, you don't see like anything like that in other games, and it's a sensation that you just can't forget." So
yeah, it's iconic, isn't it?
and there was also a great puzzle though, so it wasn't just about the T-Rex, even though I feel like the T-Rex and the Raptors were really the highlight. There was a fantastic puzzle. There was a ton of traversal. You could dive really high from that one spot into the water below where you'd eventually fight Larson.
Yes.
I love it. And I feel like some fans don't necessarily, if they miss the first Tomb Raider, they don't realize that Lara actually didn't have a braid for the first game. You can
She
see
did
it there.
not.
She's got her little bun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
But
love the part where you have to jump across that bridge, too. Because
Yeah.
you have to make it, like, perfectly.
Perfect. Remember what you used to have to line yourself
You
up
have to line
perfectly.
yourself up. take
Walk
a-
to the
wow.
edge.
Oh, God,
they,
yeah.
just, they just went for it.
Good job. Good job, Clara. Nice landing. Yeah, but
And
this
there's
whole
the cog.
area. There we go. The cogs, the puzzle there.
The cogs. I literally loved the cogs in like, they were like throughout so many games. So.
I think they're a nice
Cog
nostalgic
puzzles.
element. They
Yeah,
remind you of like these ancient civilizations used to occupy these spaces, and they left behind these remnants of these old machines. And I think it's so much fun to rebuild them. One more. There we go. So if throughout this broadcast, if you have a tomb you want to share with us, we're using the hashtag Tomb Raider 20 for all of our festivities throughout the year. And so we'd love to hear what your favorite tomb was. So I think we're going to transition next to Tomb Raider 2. We're literally going to go through 20 years here.
Oh, my God.
Try to fit that in
God,
half
this
hour.
game for me is just.
Yeah. Tomb Raider 2
Oh.
is my absolute favorite.
For sure.
It's my
Yeah.
favorite
It's my
classic.
favorite
for sure.
classic.
It's
It is.
mine as well.
I actually, this is the one that most of our fans felt was their favorite, but my personal favorite was the Wreck of the Maria Doria. I love that
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Being underwater was so scary. But yeah, so we have Tibet, the Barkay Monastery, and it's
Oh,
just
I
so
love
visually
this.
stunning.
Yeah. I want to say how incredible it was for the actual people in the level.
Yeah.
If you do not shoot at them,
Yep.
they will not harm
They
you.
would
and
actually
I feel
join
like
you.
that's such a big moment in gaming for them to just be like,
Yeah.
I want to be on your side. You
You
know,
have
I'm
a
here to
choice.
help.
I think that was great. So we have a quote from Tina of Tomb of Ash, and she says, "One of my favorite Tomb Raider levels is definitely the Barkay Monastery from Tomb Raider 2. I love the atmosphere, which gives you a feeling of being very spiritual and a grand place, but at the same time, it's so dangerous, and you have to watch your every step. Basically, it's the contrast between serenity and tension that makes it so great," which I feel like that's a perfect quote. They do look a little intimidating at first,
Yeah,
right?
they do.
But like
Definitely.
if you hold off, if you're like, wait, they're not attacking me, then that helps.
And they'll help you out, kill the bad guys too.
Yeah, I think like visually it was just like amazing. The colors and
Yeah, absolutely.
the walls, the doors, everything. The detail was just amazing.
And earlier on the traversal up, how you got to use the snowmobile and,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
do all those
I
jumps
loved
and so
that
on.
thing.
I hope they show the trampolines you would have to use to jump
Yeah.
up higher.
I love this bunny hop, bunny hop. I think we're gonna get to see how great of a player she is.
Oh, I forgot that jacket. I love that thing.
I know the bomber jacket has
Yeah.
become so iconic at this point. So you'd be collecting all the prayer wheels. There we go, lining up all the prayer wheels. Ooh, there we go. This is so cool, this moment. I've actually watched a couple of streamers who they play through and they don't kill any of the monks, and then they kill one at the very end, and then all of them
I saw that
descend
one
on
too,
you
and
in
you could-
one room.
yeah.
It was a streamer, badass game.
Yeah, that's the one I saw
he's
too.
He's so great. I love watching his stuff. But yeah, they'll just come from everywhere on the level, and all of a sudden you'll have
Oh,
like
that's
30
hilarious.
of them come
Yeah.
in from the rest of the level.
Because he was trying to get all the kills for it.
Yes,
So.
yes. I don't advocate killing the monks because they're good, but he was going for all the kills, so I
Mhm.
understand that. All right, we're on to Tomb Raider 3. So the Temple Ruins. This was one of my favorites because of how atmospheric it is. I just love the idea of the jungle reclaiming these ruins, and you see it everywhere. It's starting to crumble,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
and the
piranhas.
I love the water as well in this game. I just think it looks so. I don't know. It just developed really, didn't it?
Yeah. That was one of the things that first attracted me to this game was the
Yeah.
swimming in the water was
Oh, I
so
loved
believable
that.
and realistic. I
Mm.
loved it. And this was so treacherous. There were the snakes, the baboons that would run away with your medi packs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
Quicksand,
The quicksand.
currents,
Yeah.
piranha, the
Mm.
statues, which we'll see
Oh
later.
yeah, I
Oh,
love
yeah.
those things.
But
So that had to be inspired for the movie, right? The Tomb Raider movie.
Yeah.
the I remember when I was younger, my brothers convinced me that there were both barracuda and piranhas in our lakes in Minnesota because of this game, and so
Oh,
I was
wow.
terrified to go into the water as a little kid because I thought that this was accurate to real life. But yeah, this is another just area that's really treacherous, traversal, and some of the other areas in India
Yeah.
had the really strong currents and so on in the South Pacific too, and that was interesting to contend with.
This one was probably the hardest for me as a child because of the quicksand. I didn't know where to jump, what to jump to,
Yeah.
what
Oh,
was
yeah.
quicksand, what wasn't quicksand.
Absolutely. We have another couple of quotes from webmasters. Jessica Dinsigan of the level editor, Tomb Raider level editor, said, "The Temple Ruins are an amazing level and have great difficulty. I love to climb the platforms and kill the 6-armed statues. That's my favorite part." All right, and Annie, webmistress of Rise of the Tomb Raider web, says, "I feel especially nostalgic about the Lost Valley and the Temple Ruins. The first Tomb Raider game I played was Tomb Raider 3, and I remember the levels and tombs in the Indian jungle. Essentially, this was the first game that she bought on her brand new PC because her old PC wasn't able to play it, and so when she put it in for the first time and saw how beautiful it was on this high-end PC at the time, it was just a magical moment for her." Those things are terrifying.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are
Yeah, I think I had
terrifying.
nightmares about those as a kid.
All right, we're on to Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation.
Oh.
This is probably a franchise highlight. Almost everybody that
Yeah.
I know, they talk about this being one of their favorite tombs in the entirety of the franchise. So it's in Karnak, Egypt, the tomb of Semerkit, and it's basically the game within the game. These
Yeah.
are so evil. Do you remember these?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting your hand in,
Yeah.
catching her on fire.
You have to either pull a lever or you can get like a reward out of them, but you had to wait and the timing is perfect and you'd reach in there and grab
Yeah.
something.
It definitely took some practice, to be honest, to get
Yeah.
used to it.
And this is where they had the rope swings for the first time, so you'd have to do those dangling over the pits.
Well, that was
and
the first time they had rope swings.
Tomb Raider 4, yeah.
Wow.
As far as I remember.
Yeah, actually.
And they like to put you over spike pits and dangerous areas and so on. But really, the Semerkit itself was the Senate. The game itself was the thing that so many fans fell in love with because it changed depending on how if you beat it or not. It changed how you would exit out of the level. So now we see her here playing. I'm going to read a couple of quotes. So we said Minerva of the Lara's generation says, "I'm always happy when Tomb Raider picks up real archaeological evidence, and the Tomb of Semerkit and one you play a game called Senate, an ancient Egyptian board game that's a little similar to backgammon. It was wonderful getting to know a game which was played 5,000 years ago." And Emma Q of fansite Oak Ishavar says, "I'm a student of Egypt. I adore the Tomb of Semerkit from Tomb Raider 4 because he was a real king from the first dynasty. However, his real tomb is located in El Gaab, the section of Abydos." So we have a lot of people who weighed in with the fact that they love that this was actually a real game that was played back then.
Yeah.
Ray, you were saying that you didn't necessarily understand the rules of what you were doing
No,
at
like
the time.
I would, as a 9-year-old child, I'm just wiping this board, flipping it, and
Yeah,
just
and
It's
eventually
trial and
something
error.
happens.
It's definitely
yeah,
trial
like
and error.
something happens.
You either win or you lose.
Yeah,
and
you
then
win or you
progress.
lose. And what I like about it is that it's kind of the first time in a Tomb Raider game where it's kind of giving you like a different alternative route.
Yeah, yep, definitely. That was really cool. Look at how atmospheric it is too. It's so
I know.
beautiful.
Yeah, I think the fact that it was set in Egypt is what makes it so special as well, because
Yeah.
obviously we associate it with like ancient Egypt, and it's just so interesting.
That is a very iconic Tomb Raider
Oh, yeah.
location.
Here's the real queen.
I'm a big fan of young Lara. All right, so Tomb Raider Chronicles, we picked the Black Isle in Ireland, the Labyrinth in particular. So the thing about this is that Lara is unarmed, right? So she's 16 years old or so, and she doesn't have her dual pistols, and so she basically has to use her wits to get her out of trouble.
Yeah.
And that's a little intimidating, traversing through these areas without
Yes,
being
this
armed.
was probably the scariest level for me, just crawling through that space, coming out and seeing that body hanging from a tree, and then it starts talking to you.
Oh, yeah, that
it's
was
like,
creepy.
oh, okay, I'm 10 years old and I'm turning this off right now.
And that's when Stella from TombRaiders.net, she talks about that. She says the Black Isle level in Chronicles, the Labyrinth, and also the Gallow Tree, which is where you met that gentleman.
Yes.
And the Old Mill. They're definitely among my favorites from the classic games. The level designs, enemies, and sound effects are gorgeously creepy, and the opportunity to play as young Lara with no weapons and only your wits and agility, plus a few found objects, makes you feel vulnerable at first, then completely badass as you banish a powerful demon without firing a shot. So there's something very quintessentially Tomb Raider about that, about using your
Yes.
brain
Yeah.
instead of bronze.
Yeah.
That's the whole part of Lara's character, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus, when she's younger, you get to see that she really is determined, you know?
Yeah.
She's
And
really...
she doesn't listen to anybody.
Yeah.
She's not interested in authority.
She's like, oh, I'm not supposed to go? Let me hide under this boat.
And so these little wisps, they'll guide you out of the labyrinth as you try to escape from the labyrinth's keeper, who doesn't enjoy the fact that you took the bestiary with you. You'll see him kind of jet out from the side. Run!
Yeah, and let's talk about the music, the scary.
Oh, definitely.
And then
Yeah.
you just know something's happening. I get so scared at
Yeah.
this
You
part.
hear that, you just don't look back. You're like, just run.
Yeah,
for
I
it.
used to play these games with my dad because I honestly got so scared.
Yes, absolutely. So now we're on to Angel of Darkness. I have a lot of quotes I
God.
want to read from this one, so I'm going to start right away. So this is the Hall of Seasons in Paris for the Angel of Darkness. So it's underneath the Louvre. And Maxime of Tombeaucroft says, the Hall of Seasons remains to this day one of my favorites, mainly because it's a multifaceted level. It was utterly challenging for the player, and you had to adapt to different kinds of traps and environments in each sub-level. The way the whole thing was designed kept pushing you off balance, sometimes quite literally. Ash from Tomb of Ash says, every level in the Angel of Darkness has its own incredible atmosphere. The Hall of Seasons manages to captivate my imagination every time I play. The variety of puzzles and locations make this one of the most interesting locations in the entire franchise. And J.R. Millward from Survival Reborn says, the Hall of Seasons ticks all the basic boxes for traps and precision gameplay, but it's the atmosphere that sets this tomb apart. It's like being inside a giant mechanical cathedral. I love the Gothic architecture and the echoing sense of scale in the main hall. It's by far one of the best areas in the whole game. Look at these. So there was like the 4 chambers and the different sort of elemental puzzles. And it really was so, it felt really ancient, and like she was the only one that had been there in centuries. It was so great.
So whoever is playing this and is not dying deserves like a video game award or something.
Yes, that would be
because-
Clara again
I
of
don't
Captain
think
Elvin.
that exists.
Or maybe she just spliced them together. We'll never know,
Yeah.
but she's playing excellently right now. I definitely
Especially
died way too much in these levels.
Yeah, the part where you're jumping between the pillars and the air is trying to push you off those beams.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. That was one that was quite difficult. She's got biceps.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, I loved how she looked in this game. I just loved how the look of Lara in this game.
And then this, the fight with Brother Obscura. Just
Oh,
crawl.
those were creepy.
Just crawl.
Those were so creepy.
I love that you get to shoot a ghost with guns.
I know. I think somebody actually mentioned this. Alex from Tomb Raider World and Alex's Tomb Raider blog said, I love the Hall of Seasons because it's the most challenging tomb in the Tomb Raider universe, full of variety and with a frantic final. The red ghost is terrifying.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I like how she's just going to escape by crawling
Yeah.
out of the premises.
You could beat
As
the
you
last
do,
boss
as you
just
do.
crawling too.
Yeah.
That's like as Tomb Raider fans, you learn
Yeah,
those
only
little,
we would know.
little tips
Little
and
tricks, yeah.
as you go. All right, we're making our way. We are up to Tomb Raider Legend now. This is one of my personal favorites.
Oh,
So this
yeah.
is the search for Excalibur. And ironically, Lara finds the real Excalibur under a King Arthur tourist trap, which I just thought was so clever and funny. But again, it's very atmospheric, and there's all these sorts of layers of history. So you have to find your way through the actual tourist
The
trap.
tourist attraction.
Yeah.
You have to like turn on the generators and get it back up and running, and then you realize that the actual crypt is underneath.
And that adds to there's treasures everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's fulfilling the fantasy that there's always more than what meets the eye with Tomb Raider, which
Professor
is
Worth some
great.
credit. If he had to
Her Ducati jacket.
I love this part, scaling down while everything's just breaking.
I know.
I used to get very panicked while doing this because when things are crumbling behind you, you just have to have the sense of urgency.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
absolutely.
But that's also what I like. I like having to get out in a hurry.
So you like the panic feeling?
Yes.
It's adrenaline, I guess. Like Lara, go, go, go.
And then there was, of course, the great serpent fight in here,
Oh yeah.
which was very cool. It was sort of a boss fight and a puzzle in one.
I think that's one of my favorite bosses.
Yeah, I agree. I like
Sure.
that one a lot.
I love at the end of the quick time event with the final boss, she just points her guns at it and she's just kind of staring at it and she's like, I could murder you right
the
now.
quotes are real
Just
in this
go."
game. Quotes are fantastic in
I
this
know.
game. I just love them.
She's got quite the sense of sarcasm in this game, which I
Definitely.
love. That dry humor, which is great.
Like she stares down a serpent. Only Lara Croft.
Yeah. That magnetic grapple was so helpful for everything. So many uses for that thing. Uh-oh.
Oh, are they gonna show it?
Yes, I'm so happy they're going to show it. The nostalgia as well.
Yeah, so this is what, the first encounter, right? And then you'd encounter it again later.
No, I think this is the last time.
Getting it out of order.
See, she's just staring it down. She's
like-
like, think about it, bro. Do you really want to do this right now?
Do you know who I am? It's kind of like that.
Look, it just goes down like,
It's
okay.
like, all right, I'll wait for easier prey.
That face though, she's like,
Oh,
that's what I thought.
yeah.
That's
You
the
made
Lara
the
stare
right
down.
decision.
She's like, damn straight you did.
Tomb
Oh,
Raider
yeah.
Anniversary.
Oh.
So this was the type. So if there was going to be a second one from the original Tomb Raider, it would definitely be St. Francis Folly. But we felt the Lost Valley that first time that you see the
Yeah.
dinosaur
Yeah.
took it. So I mean, obviously it's very much the same level design and approach in Tomb Raider Anniversary. Some things were changed and rearranged a bit, but generally, what I loved about this was the verticality. It's such a tall tomb. There's so many opportunities for you to fall to your death in this level. But it's fantastic that the different finding the different keys to unlock each of the doors, and then the different sets of puzzles.
Yeah, it's like one giant puzzle room, and you just go down unlocking all the puzzles.
Yeah, I love the Atlas one where you have to avoid
Run
the
away
giant
from
rolling
the
ball.
the
Yep.
globe.
Yeah. So we have a quote from Tomb Raider Universe, the webmasters at TombRaiderUniverse.com, and they said, "We love the tomb for its huge size and its variety of puzzles. All of the puzzles are organized around the same central puzzle. The tomb combines reflection, exploration, and traversal, in addition to having to rack your brains to get every key. The way to the different rooms is complicated and full of hazards and deadly traps." He says, how many times did Lara die here? Probably a lot. For almost everyone, I would assume.
Yeah. I just plunged to my death too often.
Yeah. And everything's centered on this Greek mythology, which is very cool. This room is
This
rough.
room was, yeah.
Because on the way out, you've got the swords from below, and then you've got the giant ones from above. So you have to watch death from above.
Yeah. Every time I grab the key there, I just swan dive off just to make it look more dramatic.
It's the best way to do it.
There you go. They're loading up.
And this was-
Someone described this as the terror room,
Oh yeah.
the Damocles room.
I
The
remember
terror
in
room.
the first Tomb Raider, like you have to do the same thing. Like in this one, you have to walk slowly so
Yeah.
they don't hit you.
You trigger them, and then
Yeah.
you just see the shadow, and you wait, and you wait.
I
Yeah,
like
they've done
this
this pretty
walking
well.
pose a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creeping.
Yeah, her movement's really great in this game.
Yeah, there was a lot of attention paid to animation. It's just really natural.
Even the hair.
Mm-hmm.
You notice in every Tomb Raider game, the hair progressed each time.
Yep, absolutely. Well, hair is important in a Tomb Raider game. All right, so now we have southern Mexico in Tomb Raider Underworld. And this is the area that had the Mayan calendar, the puzzle for the Unnamed Days chapter. And so she did a lot of navigating between different sites to solve this one puzzle on her motorcycle. And I love that usually you think of the jungle and it's like bright and sunny. I love that it was so, you know, rainy and kind of oppressive.
Yeah, me too. Like it was dark, and it's dark for a right reason because of what just happened in the story. I mean, I know it's an old game, but I won't spoil it.
Yeah.
It does set the mood for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the whole tone of the game was dark anyway, so it kind of needed that.
Yeah. But I remember feeling the first time I saw this how beautiful it was. So the lush greenery and the rain and...
I'm gonna go home and play this.
This in some years.
And this is so epic, right? So you work so hard to get to the tomb, and then you get this incredible reveal. So it's an obscured staircase, and then giant statues, and then there's fire, and then it's like it's such a great payoff for that moment.
There was a lot to do for this.
But it rewarded you, right?
Oh, yeah,
like
definitely.
You feel like I earned this, and it's so.
And me loving the panic, I was like,
yeah.
Get on that motorcycle.
Yeah.
Speed down.
And it's so cool to see how all of these different underworlds from mythology started tying together in these spaces.
Midgard's
Trolls. They
do
scared me. They were intense.
I hope they do the headshot when
There
she
you go.
backflips off of them.
Those were fun. She had a lot of awesome movements. This was the first game that Tomb Raider game that had the motion capture.
And it was done
by
Heidi
Moneymaker. She does a lot of stuff for Marvel and Black Widow, I think, right now.
Oh,
so
really?
she does a lot of very big stunt work now for big movies. She's super talented.
I thought Black Widow had some similar movements.
Getting the belt. Awesome accessories.
I love just like how she gets I'm gonna spoil this one because it's so cool. How she gets Thor's hammer.
Yeah. It's
because of
a
all
pretty
those.
fantastic weapon to wield. There's
Right.
definitely a power fantasy there when you get to the end and you wield it. All right, now we're on to Tomb Raider. So these two videos, Captain Elvin did not take. So they're probably, we grabbed them from our own archives. I think she clipped together a bunch of stuff, but this is just one continuous clip here. So essentially on Yamatai, like the entire island was kind of a tomb. People had been stranded there for centuries.
Yeah.
And it had these layers of history from World War II and then ancient, Japan and even more recently. And so this was one of the first moments where Lara actually discovers the central tomb in the game in this chasm monastery. And you can see she's starting to understand what's happening, right? And
Right. And I just love Camilla's acting.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
She's incredible. I love she puts that wonder into it, you know.
And so this is where she discovers Himiko's tomb. She's looking at the mural. She's starting to understand what's happening. And then later on, and just after the segment, after a little bit of combat, she goes into this area where she does a wind puzzle that people really loved, basically turning a bell into a wrecking ball.
That took me a long time to figure that out, actually.
It was one of those ones that once you got it, it seemed very simple.
Yeah, I
but
beat
it was
myself up over
realizing
that
that the world on Yamatai and in the game actually reacted the way that in real world it would.
Yeah.
So that was something that I think was really fun when people realized that they could harness the power of the wind and so on, other physics elements in these puzzles.
And you really do see Lara's love for mythology and tombs here.
You can hear her working it out.
Because she's hurt badly. She just saw something very unnerving, and she's still trying to figure out what's going on this island.
And she gets hurt pretty badly in this game.
Yeah, she goes through quite an ordeal.
Too much, yeah.
But she comes out on the other side stronger. She's definitely a survivor. Yeah. Okay, and then on to Rise of the Tomb Raider. Okay. So this is the Flooded Archives, which is one of the tombs that fans said that they most enjoyed in the geothermal valley. We wanted to keep it spoiler free, so we'll go for that. But this is a really cool traversal space. It's huge. You can actually get lost in it. There's tons of things to find.
Yes, I remember I played through my first time, and then I played through my second time, and I found things that I did not see in my first time.
Yep. And the atmosphere is just so great. So it is an archive, so it has all these scrolls and ancient texts, and the architecture is just so cool. And it's nested puzzles, so it's got 3 smaller puzzles that you solve for one larger puzzle. Yeah, but it was just a really wonderful place to run around. And we have a quote from Marco from All Game Tomb Raider, and he says, "One of the reasons that I really like the flooded archives in Rise of the Tomb Raider is because of the moment in the story which you reach this area, which we won't spoil." But he says, besides the clever puzzle related to the Greek fire vessels, I love the scene where she's escaping and how everything comes together. So having to use Lara's various gear and figure out how to solve these puzzles and move these Greek fire vases to a place where they're of use to her was really fun.
Yeah, you definitely had to utilize the equipment here.
Absolutely.
She had so much more equipment in this game.
Yep. There was a lot of different upgrades and equipment. I know that was a focus of the team to empower her more through her tools and make her more...
I love the grapple axe.
Yes. It's super fun. And the glow stick just makes everything so much more.
Yeah.
The ambience is just so strong when it's lighting up these warm colors in this ancient abandoned space. So I think this is our last tomb. Holy cow, we went through 20 years of tombs in just a few minutes. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in. If you are interested in keeping up with our Tomb Raider 20 activities, you can follow the hashtag Tomb Raider 20. You can also go to tombRaider.tumblr.com, and on there we have a Tomb Raider 20 page, so we're actually updating as we announce different activities. We've announced a book, we've announced a concert of classic Tomb Raider music. We're going to keep making fun announcements for the community and fans throughout the year, and we hope you are enjoying that. And thank you for tuning in. Share your favorite tombs with us on Twitter or throughout social media using the hashtag, and thank you both so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome to our Deus Ex Go presentation. My name is Nick, I'm your community manager, and I'm joined today by Geneviève Saint-Onge,
Hello.
our brand manager, and Etienne, lead designer on the project.
Hi, everybody.
So yeah, for those who don't know us yet, we're Square Enix Montreal. We're a small mobile studio based in Montreal. We focus on doing high-end mobile products. So far, we've done Hitman Go, Lara Croft Go, and Hitman Sniper as well. And this Go is actually our fourth game. So obviously this Go has been informed by its predecessors, which makes sense. And everyone asks us as well, like, where did the Go concept started? How did we come up with the idea of a Hitman game, but as a board game?
Yeah, so it's funny because we tell this story a lot. One, because it really defines who we are as a studio and how kind of weird it is as well. So initially, the studio at Square was not meant to do mobile games, but it was doing AAA games. And the team had been working on the Hitman franchise for a while. And so because everybody was so well versed into the Hitman universe, and we made the switch to mobile, we decided to go into this kind of first stab at the Hitman mobile universe. And so we took down the concept of Hitman and broke it down into multiple tiny parts, and teams were pitching differently about Hitman Go, about Hitman concept games on mobile, and that's kind of how Hitman Go was born. The idea behind a Go game, really quickly, is taking everything out of a great Square Enix franchise so far, and just retaining the most core and pure elements from it. And so when you think about Hitman Go, it's a turn-based puzzle game with a really nice board game aesthetic. And it really became our signature game. But for the fans of the Hitman franchise, they will find everything that they like about the Hitman game. And it's funny because when we first announced, the reception was very weird in a way. We used this slide a lot in our PowerPoint slides in our studio presentations because we have day one announcement posts on NeoGAF that were like, what is this thing?
But people are skeptical, and even on mobile, it's like, I feel like we have to even like work even harder to convince people that we're legit, we understand the franchise, and we're doing like good by it.
And because we're so tiny, we didn't really have any legacy available at the studio. We were super, super careful about the initial announcements. But when people started playing, they were like, oh, this really makes sense. And so we released then a couple months later the game also on Vita, which was amazing. And then Steam, PS4, and recently VR on the
even
Rift.
on VR.
Yeah, it's a super weird but funny experience.
Yeah, I feel like we can revisit the game every time we take a shot at it. And VR is super interesting because you can actually see the dioramas in very different angles, and they actually feel like toys.
Exactly.
And so yeah, it's super interesting. But yeah, even when we wrapped up Hitman Go, we released new levels with different mechanics. But it felt like we created some kind of a genre with the Go games, and it felt like there was still a lot of stuff we could do with the same concept of like distilling a franchise and turn-based gameplay and everything. And so came Lara Croft Go.
And we were very lucky because the game was so successful, right? That we were offered to do another Go game, and we got to choose a franchise we wanted to work with. So Lara Croft Go for us was the immediate answer to that because the entire studio, most of it, I would say, like a big majority, grew up playing the classic Tomb Raider games. And that's exactly what we went for the art direction, the vibe, and the overall experience of Lara Croft Go. But it kept the same concept of taking everything that made Lara Croft and classic Tomb Raider games great and boiling everything down to its core to make this tiny, not accessible, but like tiny, unique experience for mobile. And again, lots of praise. I'm going to do the thing we talked about where I just flew back from San Francisco this morning because we won this thing yesterday.
Which is pretty cool.
It's an Apple Design Award, and it's super heavy. And the customs agents were like, whoa, what are you doing with that cube? But we just got it yesterday, and we were really excited. And Apple obviously really enjoyed the game, and I think it's just a fun thing because we're such a small studio, and Square at large is allowing us to do those really cool concept games. So it's great. Yeah,
it clearly felt like even like a step up. Everyone has their favorite, but it felt like we were incensed by the critics and everything. And with Deus Ex, it was super interesting to see where it's gonna land and how people are gonna
Because that's what
see
we're here to talk about.
That's actually what we're here to talk about.
10 minutes in, we're going to talk about Deus Ex Go.
Yeah, so last week we officially announced the game with our friends at IDOS, which was very interesting.
It was my big face on camera.
Yeah, Etienne as well.
Etienne.
And so, yeah, we announced it together at the Deus Ex pre-E3 showcase, which went very well. I've been talking to people, they come up to us and like tell us how much they enjoyed the show. So let's actually take a look at the reveal trailer for Deus Ex Go before we go forward.
Yeah.
All right, so that was a pretty short reveal trailer as well, just to tease
It's
people.
always a tease, just a tease.
There are a few mechanics we saw in there, but we're gonna a bit later. We're gonna run through the demo. So Etienne, can you maybe tell us, like, we talked about Lara Croft Go, how it was like a passion project. We chose the franchise, but how was that process for Deus Ex Go? Like, how was the franchise chosen, basically?
Yeah, well, we look at the franchise when we create these Go games. It's basically what can we bring from a franchise to transform it into a puzzle game and to a turn-based puzzle game even. And so by looking at Deus Ex, we kind of found a lot of things that made a lot of sense for us. The mechanics of Deus Ex are really easily imaginable into nice mechanics. You can cloak, you can hack, you can take down. Jensen does all of those things. So for us, it was a no-brainer. And on top of that, the universe, the Deus Ex universe, is really enabled us to go in a direction where the other Go games didn't go before. And that's really important because we don't want to make the same game again and again. Even from Hitman Go to Lara Croft Go, there was like huge changes to even how the game felt. And the same way with Deus Ex Go, we want to have a game that feels like Deus Ex first, but that draws from all the pedigree of a Go game.
Yeah, we never want them to feel like sequels, or they have to be their own game and standalone.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So yeah, maybe we can run through the actual demo we have. We've actually captured some footage from what's on the show floor. We've edited it a bit so to make sure like we go through all the mechanics and everything. So yeah, you're gonna run us through the demo?
Absolutely.
All right. So let's
do
it.
Roll the
Let's roll the clip.
Made with Unity.
Made in Unity, of course. Absolutely. So.
Oh, as a first notice, of course, this is an alpha build.
Yeah.
So we're still in development. The funny thing about the art direction, again, you're going to mention it. I'm going to let you talk. Whatever.
So like you can see, it looks different from Mankind Divided. Of course, it's a mobile game. We want to make it as gorgeous as possible on mobile, and that means not doing the same thing Mankind does because it's way too detailed. But you can see here, like Jensen is navigating. He got seen by a guard and he couldn't take him down because of the shield. He has to go around, and when the guy is not actually alerted, he can be taken down by Jensen, enabling him to reach the end of the level. Yeah.
And that's super interesting because from Hitman Go and Lara Croft Go, we've seen like some of the guards came back and were reskinned. Like through animals, and this time, like even the first enemy you encounter, the guard, actually functions like very differently. There's this concept of like line of sight, and he's always gonna change like the last place where he saw you.
Yeah. So there's one thing about Deus Ex Go is like, and the others too, is like drawing from the franchise. So there's that huge concept of line of sight and cloaking and being chased around the level by a guard who saw you. In this case, Jensen is going to break line of sight by cloaking, actually, so the guard won't even see you ever. And it's something basically that we really draw on when we create these game mechanics.
Yeah, and it's super interesting at this point. Like, you could have chosen to take the guard down or just walk through it. So
yeah. Well, this is something that Jensen is going to have to do there because the guard is right in front of the exit using the cloak. Energy augment he's going to be able to take the guard down before he even sees him. But yeah, like you said, it's like drawing from what Deus Ex is and creating new mechanics out of it. There's the cloaking. We're going to see the hacking very shortly. These are all iconic things that Jensen does that we kind of use to create cool puzzles.
Yeah.
I would like to give a shout out to the Hitman people who are jealous that we are no longer talking about Hitman Go. Hi, Travis. They've been trying to distract us for the past 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's back to the demo, guys.
Yeah, well, Jensen is currently doing what he does, so he had to go behind the guard to get the augment, and he's gonna do a little bit more of the cloaking thing to exit the level.
And we've talked about like taking like the essence of the Deus Ex franchise, but like Deus Ex Go is way more about looking at your environment and trying to manipulate it. Like you're kind of playing with guards by having them chase you around, and sometimes you want them in very specific places, and so you're gonna lure them.
Yeah, it's one of the important things is even in Deus Ex when you play the full game like Mankind Divided or even Human Revolution, like you look at a whole hangar with guards in it, and you kind of have to figure out exactly how you're going to go through it. And this is something we really wanted to capture. How do I use everything that's in this level? Sometimes against each other, you can pit guards against each other. You can use turrets to kill guards. All of that.
Exactly. So we're seeing the turret now for the first time in the demo. We've seen it very simply used, where you simply have to have an object in front of you. And in the case that we saw, it was the guard. So it didn't see. Now what we're seeing is the hacking mechanic.
Yeah, with the hacking in this Deus Ex Go, we kind of create this puzzle into a puzzle mechanic where you have to draw lines from a hacking terminal to different objects in the scene. There's right here is the turret, but down the line there's more of them. But any terminal can only hack one thing at each moment, so Jensen has to take different decisions as to when to hack what. And in this case, Jensen has to hack the second turret because it can see him for longer than the first one. So by cloaking in front of the first turret, you basically bypass the level. There's different things to hack. In the next level, we're gonna see what we call the power nodes. There are nodes that you can't access when you can't access them normally. You have to hack them first, and that creates kind of mazes where Jensen has to hack. Like each station can only hack one thing, so he has to create these situations where he can reach the end.
Yeah, and next few levels we're gonna see like all these mechanics coming together, actually creating like a sense of complexity, which is super interesting. Like what's fun about Deus Ex Go is when you get into layer levels and you see all these mechanics you've seen before, but interacting with each other and differently with the hacking and everything.
And now more than ever, right?
Yeah.
Because with the hacking, it's always more about manipulating the environment, whereas before Hitman Go and Lara Croft Go were more about fighting against objects or animals or like pawns.
Yeah, it's one of the things, like when we create the Deus Ex Go, we kind of use what we know and love from the other Go games, but there's also this element that comes from Deus Ex, which is sometimes you just want to manipulate these things against each other, and it's something new. There was a beginning of that in Lara Croft Go with the traps. Sometimes you use the traps to kill different enemies, but it was very different. In this case, Jensen is actually reaching into the level and changing how it works in order to finish a level.
Yeah. Another mechanic that's interesting, again, we're adding the guard to the hacking, is that a guard can actually de-hack basically your terminal, so we're gonna see it right now.
Yeah, when a guard sees something that Jensen did, he wants to undo it. In this case, since the guard saw you and reached a hacking terminal, he basically undoes what you did. In this case, Jensen has to hack in order to be able to reach the exit, because otherwise the guard would basically kill Jensen by deactivating the node he's standing on.
Yeah, trapping him into the platform node.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think we have a few levels. Oh, just this last level.
Yeah, this is one nice one. Like you said, like we want to create complexity that is more than the sum of all the mechanics.
Yeah.
And this is a level where you see that because you have to hack different things at different moments. You have to use the cloaking, but there's this mechanic where you realize that hacking things isn't for free. Sometimes you're gonna hack different items and you can't draw over another line. So in order to finish this level, you have to actually draw lines in the floor in a way that will permit you to hack different things at the same moment.
And it's the only level we're showing that showcases this, but you can expect way more in the future. So you're seeing here right now, I'm trying to draw over the other line and it's not letting me. So I'm gonna go to the other one and make sure the paths don't cross the streams. They say.
Yeah, you never cross the streams.
So yeah, I'm gonna hack this one, and then I'm gonna forget to cloak.
Yeah, like a pro.
Like a pro. Oh,
yep.
That's one way to end it. Yeah, so that's basically it. So what else can we expect, like in terms of new mechanics? Like we saw a bunch.
Yeah. Well, we had to nod at the other Go games. We're gonna bring back the classic enemies differently. Of course, there's gonna be robots in the game, but we also want to make them interesting with the other mechanics that we have. So we have scrambler robots that you can't hack under. So when the walker robot walks around your level and unhacking anything you do every turn, it's going to be a pain in the ass. You have to go back and take care of them or use them against, like you can actually go to a place and hack in a certain way that like 2 turns later, the walker is going to undo what you did and it's going to rotate a node or unhack a turret. And that's all things that the player can use against.
I think we have a concept art actually that shows the different mechanics as well as the walker. Yeah, exactly that. And what about the art style? Like everyone remembers the Hitman Go dioramas. They're very iconic and made sure to like instill the Go-ifying of franchises very strongly in people's minds. Lara Croft Go was as well like very much praised for its art direction. So how are you doing this still minimalistic, stylized, abstract version of it in Deus Ex Go?
Well, we had to go with what Deus Ex inspired us artistically. Like I said, we couldn't just redo, and we didn't want to redo what Mankind Divided does. So it was all about abstracting that really high-tech sci-fi feel from Deus Ex into a really interesting, even AR sometimes kind of interpretation of the universe.
Yeah. And one thing about the Go games as well is that when we talk with fans and everything, we always release like content afterwards, even though it takes us a while to produce.
I mean, we're such a small team.
We're a small
right?
team.
It's funny because when we release a game 4, 6, 8 hours later, people are like, I burned through it, guys. Give me more content. And we're like, no, we just spent months, like 6 people making levels.
We had a very hard update for Lara Croft Go, like answering basically.
We made it difficult.
Yeah. And we answered fan requests. Like people said, like the base game was fun but not difficult enough. So we decided like, so you want a difficult game? Well, we're gonna bring it, and we did, but people still finished it very quickly. And so the art style was thought.
Well, it's an art style that we went for many reasons, but one of the big reasons that we really liked is that basically it comes from procedural, iterative art that can build itself, basically. And that was one of the core pillars that we wanted to hit, because, like you said, creating content for the other games was time costly and took a long time. So we basically, in this Exo, there's the infrastructure where we can release content at any time, and we don't need an update for people to get new levels. There's a live page in there where you can go back regularly to have new levels that we're going to release over time. And basically, this is all possible due to that abstract art style that can basically generate itself around any level.
Yeah, and definitely one of the key turn points in the Go series at this time, as we announced last week, is now more than ever, people are going to be able to create content. And we kind of, the story behind that is we took our own level editing tools and really transformed that into something that was easier to manage. So you don't have to go into Unity and then build a scene. And they're like, it's really drag and drop and really intuitive. And so that's going to come a little bit after launch, but it's really solving 2 major issues that not issues, but challenges that we had, that the people were finishing the game super fast. And then for us, it will allow us to provide you with pretty much endless content.
Yeah.
Well, hi, Bears.
Yeah, and
really
down-
just dynamic updates, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and down the line, people are going to be able to challenge their friends with their levels, which
Yeah,
is
which is
something
cool.
really
Oh yeah,
cool.
I want to
Uh,
see people teaming up and ganging up against each other. Like my level is so hard, you're never going to be able to do it. And at the office, we're already seeing it.
Yeah.
You were just sending that level to, I think it was Alex or.
Yeah, we had a weird afternoon when basically no work.
Weird afternoons.
No, we had a weird afternoon when basically no work got done because we were kind of challenging each other on the solution of a puzzle that we thought we had found the best solution, and I would send that back to a programmer, Mathieu, that he would then try to find out how I did so few moves to solve the level, and then he would beat that, and I couldn't believe it, so I had to go back to that and solve it. We kind of
Sometimes we have very unproductive days. I hope Patrick
they
is
are
not
needed.
watching.
They are needed.
They are needed, actually.
But yeah, it's very cool. I remember Antoine, one of our coworkers, showing me like the level design tools in Lara Croft Go, and I was telling him like I'm not much of a game developer. I've dabbled in Unity before, but how intuitive it already was at that point for that game for our level designers actually to create new content.
Yeah.
And it just step by step, like I remember they did some stuff for Hitman Go, but every game like it was easier and easier to create levels, and for Deus Ex Go it just made sense.
Yeah, it was basically taking that and bringing it to the next level so that even anybody who never made a level before could look at the iPad, look at the iPhone, and then start like placing things, drawing lines, and playing with the game that they already know.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so how was actually like the collaboration with IDOS? We have our friends from IO and from Crystal.
They're standing across the glass, just making moves, trying to get our attention.
So we've had fun with other studios before, but how was it working with IDOS?
We're in this very lucky position where we get to work with massive Square Enix franchises. We've started with Hitman, hi Travis, wink, and then followed with Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. And every single time working with those guys has been absolutely amazing. IO actually helped us found the studio in the first few years of Square Enix Montreal. We had 3 Danes, very friendly people, help us set the studio up. And then with Crystal, it was just another set of really fun interactions and getting access to a franchise that everybody grew up playing was just crazy. And a big shout out to Megan, who has been amazing, providing us with references for the classic Tomb Raider feel we wanted to go for Lara Croft Go. And then the ADOS people that we're now working with, who are 3 blocks away from us, we just go there all the time. We're like, hi guys, we have this really weird thing
and
we
they
want to
do come
show
to our
you."
studio
Yeah,
They do come to the studio.
Yeah, it was key for us basically to be able to check in with them. We create this game independently, but we really want to collaborate as much as possible, so to make sure that we nail the feeling, we nail the how Deus Ex feels for them, how they were really stoked about us making a Go game. GF was like, he was asking it for years, and then when we announced it, he was super happy.
Yeah, he's been bugging us for months before we even launched Lara Croft Go. He's like, guys, when are you gonna make Deus Ex Go for us? And we're like, later maybe.
And we've had JJB work with us on art. We've had Mary
work on
with
story
us on
stuff,
narrative.
and
So that's been super interesting. So before we wrap up, anything you guys wanted to add before we close up?
We have actually 8 playables on the show floor for the first time. Usually we've been very secretive about our games at E3, but now the build is awesome and it's playable, and we essentially the stuff we've showed today is accessible on the show floor, and
even more.
And there's more than that even.
That's
we
true.
kind of breezed through.
Yeah, and if you see us, come say hi. We love
say
meeting
hi.
you guys, and I know most of you are watching from Twitch, but
And
come to LA, I guess.
And
maybe.
if you want to follow all the news about Deus Ex Go,
Yeah.
you can follow both our Square Enix Montreal channels and the Deus Ex channels.
Yep.
And finally, I want to thank you guys. Thank you, Geneviève. Thank you, Etienne. Thank you to the team in Montreal that's probably watching us.
We did not mess up, guys.
Which is pretty good. And thank you for the work. The game is showing amazing. And again, thank you. Thank you for watching.
It's been a pleasure.
Écoute, comme tu dis, la moutarde était moins forte que d'habitude.
How did we get here? Technology is advancing at a phenomenal rate. Artificial eyes to cybernetic limbs.
The promise of a better future.
We now have the choice to free ourselves from any kind of limitation.
Strength, power, speed. Now I focus on what really matters.
Have these augmentations really been
There are
tested?
people who say that what is happening is unnatural, that we're playing God. But people were scared of electricity. And where would the world be without
What
that?
happens if this technology falls into the wrong hands?
Diseases or viruses that could wipe out the human race.
Scenes of terror are being witnessed worldwide.
What kind of madness has gripped the mechanically augmented people? 9 million deaths confirmed and counting.
This is an attack on humanity and the universal values that we share.
These people were hacked. They had no control.
What is the appropriate response? And can we actually protect ourselves from this happening again?
I have no idea what happened. I would never.
You tried to kill me. At what point will governments consider the idea of segregation for all our sakes?
We can be politically correct, or we can be foolish, but it's gonna get worse and worse.
The Czech Republic adds its voice to a growing list of countries calling for the relocation of its augmented citizens.
Reports of severe shortages of the drug neurophazine required to inhibit the rejection of augmentations.
fight for our God-given rights to defend our will.
In a sign of growing anti-augmentation sentiment, thousands march.
It doesn't matter how many idiots you get out there on the street. We will not relinquish our limbs. Do you understand?
What's happening on this planet is a mass fear-mongering, and the mainstream media pushing this narrative.
The officer suffered severe facial
Incident after incident after
You need to
incident.
be afraid, because they are coming for you.
We will not be made slaves to corporations. We will rise up.
To them, we are the enemy.
You've seen what your kind are doing?
My kind? You sound just like them.
We've come to a tipping point. We can't live like this anymore. This violence is completely out of control.
The road is being paved for this corporate militants.
What do they have planned for us?
Why are they building concentration camps? What's going on out there?
Reports of multiple fatalities. Only one way to deal with these bloodthirsty fanatics.
A lot of people die. Now you want to take away our freedom? You will pay for it in blood.
Multiple detonations looks like car
The
bombs.
Augmented Rights Coalition denies responsibility.
The Segregation Act has been passed into law, effective immediately.
Augmented persons are being asked to move to safe and secure segregated districts.
I don't want them to take me.
We are still your neighbors, your brothers, your sisters, who love us. We lost everything. Our dreams, our innocence. Where are you taking her? Where are you taking her? Our humanity.
Hey everyone, welcome to our very first Deus Ex Mankind Divided segment at Square Enix Presents. I'm Sacha, I'm the community manager at Eidos Montreal on Deus Ex, and I am joined by Jean-François Dugas, our executive game director, and Jonathan Jacques Beltet, our executive art director.
Bonjour.
How are you guys doing?
Great, you?
Good. I'm good. So we have some new gameplay to show you today. Before we jump in, what you've just seen before we came on is our live action trailer, which we released a few weeks ago. Can you guys tell us a bit about the state of the world in Mankind Divided?
Well, we're 2 years after the events of Human Revolution.
2029.
2029, indeed. And at the end of the last game, actually, there was a big event where Augmented Citizen went into, like John calls it, the zombie mode.
Mechanical zombies.
Mechanical zombies. And there were a lot of killing, a lot of accidents, a lot of people dying. We're talking about millions. And now we're 2 years after those events where society is trying to recover from that big tragedy. And now you see in the world, in different places, not everywhere, but in a lot of places, a lot of segregational laws, plenty of measures that will put people into ghettos, or like their life will be miserable, etc. And Adam Jensen has to evolve in that world. He works now for Task Force 29, which is a subdivision of Interpol, and it's an anti-terrorist faction. And he's trying to bring some peace to that chaotic world now, 2 years after of the things that he couldn't totally prevent himself. And also at the same time, he has a double agenda. He's trying to get at the people in the shadows, the people who are manipulating society. And he believes that through Task Force 29, he can achieve his goals. So that's the kind of setting, and that's the kind of the basic motivation for Adam Jensen being back in this world.
Cool. So let's jump in the gameplay video. Every day on Square Enix Presents, we are going to show you a different play style. Today we are going to go for aggressive stealth.
Aggressive stealth.
So as we were saying, what you're going to see here is some gameplay from Dubai. Can you tell us about the mission Adam is going for here?
You've got a UC in
That's
there.
aggressive
Might
conversation.
be easier to maintain his cover if he's not the only one still breathing when this is done.
Well, it's the first map of the game. It's Dubai. Like we just said with the setting, we wanted to start a new game, like bridging the gap with the last game.
With Human Revolution?
Yes, with Human Revolution, in the sense that the last one was kind of the golden age of augmentations. It was very positive, and like a lot of the possibilities that were portrayed or explored in that game. And now in this world of Mankind Divided, like the dream has gone south. Like the dream is over, and Dubai.
The indulgement like is over. Like people are not kind of tripping as much as they used to.
Exactly.
The party's over.
The party's
as I
over.
like to say.
Yeah.
The keg has been sucked dry.
and the map of Dubai, like it's very fairly black and gold, but now it's the sunset, and when Jensen is going in a few minutes, is going to jump for his mission.
He's going to pretend he's Icarus.
Yeah, he's going to fall symbolically into the sea. Like it's the end of the Icarus myth that was so present in the last game.
The whole Dubai map, visually speaking and thematically speaking, in big parts, is like we're using it as a transition between Human Revolution, right, and Mankind Divided. Yeah. It's like this is most probably one of the most kind of black and gold, map you're going to see in the game. Yeah. It's it really takes you from what you knew in Human Revolution and slowly takes your hand and brings you in the world of Mankind Divided. The end of the dream, the end of this huge kind of golden era.
Yeah, and actually, this first mission, like where we're trying to stop a smuggling deal, is happening in a hotel that was under construction 2 years ago by augmented workers. And now you get there, it's totally abandoned. There are still some remains of that catastrophe.
Yeah, even that is a symbology, right? The fact that these augmented people who were the only ones who could build such great architecture feats or whatnot are now there and they're dead and they're left there, and they probably went even crazy from the Panchaea event.
Absolutely.
I knew a few of them, and they.
So yeah, it was really important to bridge that gap. And Dubai also, it's the first map of the game, so we're trying to give you a little bit more context in terms of how to play with the controls, the feature set, basically all the tutorials you need to after that to be unleashed in the rest of the game that is much more open than the first map.
You still have all your multi-path, and you can approach it the way you want, but it is a little more.
Linear.
I don't want to say constrained.
Linear.
Linear. Yeah, you want to say that? In a way.
Well, it's not linear, but it is.
Yeah. It's not linear, but it is.
So now what we're seeing is that Adam Jensen is using a lot of his tool to remain stealthy, but at the same time he's very active.
He's not killing any of these people right now.
But he's moving forward. It's taking them down. We've seen the Tesla gun arm, which is a new augmentation that Jensen has that allows you to disable up to 4 enemies at once.
Really?
But again, like you said, non-lethally. They're not dead. They're just sleeping for a
now,
while.
why isn't he using both his hands and can like take down like 8 people at the same time?
That's a very good question.
Yes, he's probably holding his gun in the other one. That's why.
Actually, a system wouldn't be able to take it.
Our system? Yeah. It would. It would.
Jensen's system.
Yeah, Jensen's system. That's what I thought you were saying.
And now we're seeing the use of the stun gun, and the stun gun is similar to the Tesla gun arm, but it's very like close range, and it shoots 1 bullet at a time. So it demands a different tactic.
Yeah, different approaches.
A different approach.
It's like the result is the same, but they don't behave the same way.
And also now we just saw the PEPS gun arm, which is another non-lethal weapon. And one thing that was important to us with Mankind Divided is we were trying to give a little bit more flexibility to the players in terms of killing or not killing versus stealth and non-stealth. In the last game, most of the weapons that were non-lethal were kind of built in such a way that you had kind of to play stealth to be very effective. This time around, what we wanted to do, we wanted to go like, maybe I want to go non-lethally, but I still want to fight or be more aggressive, and we wanted to allow that more naturally, and the gun arms come into...
Have a better flow between all these things.
Yeah. So we have some weaponry or some tools that are efficient, even in combat, not just like in a very stealth, step-by-step kind of...
Yeah, the whole thing, I think that's what you said, the whole thing feels a lot more natural.
Yeah.
How you use all these, how you go back and forth between your lethal, non-lethal, if you're playing stealth or not. Everything is a lot more holistic as a whole.
Yeah. Hacking's back. It's very similar to what was in Human Revolution, but we kind of beefed it up a bit for this game. Now the security systems have booby traps. It can be much more like, or less forgiving, should I say, and the player's going to have more softwares to play with to be able to circumvent the challenges. The thing is that it's not going to be as easy as it was in the last game. You'll have to be a little bit more tactical and use more your softwares to be successful.
Yeah.
Access granted.
And bam, we're successful because Sasha is a good player.
This one was kind of easy, to be honest.
Yeah, to be honest.
Took me 15 tries to do it. What do you mean it's easy? That's insulting.
So now Jensen is getting to the weapon deal area. The rest of the team is already in position to...
Did he just drop his gun there?
No, he just broke some
wires.
The panel of the elevator or something, or the door.
Yeah,
not the elevator, the door. And he just threw it.
So where's the sandstorm now?
Somewhere in the horizon.
In the horizon.
It's coming, it's coming.
It's coming. So we're going to shorten for this presentation the cutscene, but what we're not going to see is that a third party came to interrupt the deal that we were supposed to interrupt ourselves, actually. And now the third party people, like the gold mask kind of mysterious spec ops, they're trying to fly and steal the chopper with the content, the material that was inside
the merchandise.
Yeah, and we have to stop it. And actually, like for the Sandstorm, it's a very good... Here, it's coming.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
But it might not come.
It might not come depending on how you play, because your boss, Miller, is telling you, like, we have to be quick, we have to be smart about it, the Sandstorm is going to come, and it might make things more complicated. So if you're really to the point, like, you can manage to end the mission without any Sandstorm, but if you get caught somewhere or you take your time, you might have to deal with the Sandstorm. So now,
and does it have an impact on what these people are doing if the Sandstorm
absolutely, their accuracy is reduced, even yours, and you have to use more your augmentations to know where they are, like the Smart Vision we just saw here. And then also, depending if the Sandstorm is there or not, the chopper might take off earlier or not. So there are many ways that this mission can end. And obviously the player, Sasha, has played this map very many times because he knew exactly what to do. And
but
that's
Sasha
unfair for the
knows
new
what
players
anyway.
because you're spoiling one way to do that. So it kind of ruins the experience. Why are you doing that?
That's
but at least we're not showing the other ones.
Oh, we actually are showing the other ones, but we'll show them tomorrow and the day after.
So tomorrow, guys, total spoiler. we'll be done with spoiling it for you.
Yeah, so this video was aggressive stealth, as I was saying. Tomorrow we are going to show combat, and the day after that we'll show adaptive, so it's going to be a mix of stealth and a mix of combat. Now we have a few questions from fans we wanted to answer today.
Yeah.
So first up, will we be getting a more personal take on Adam this time around? For example, seeing how he feels about the events of the last game and this one, and how his attitude towards being augmented has evolved.
Well, there are two questions in there. The
Yeah.
first one, let's talk about Adam Jensen. Adam Jensen has evolved from being this guy, like this blue-collar guy in Human Revolution, where he was like working for Serif Industries,
Taking orders.
Yeah, and he was the kind of guy, like, we never said if he was for or against augmentations. It's just that it was not the plan in his life, probably at this period of time, to get into the.
I mean, he definitely
new
got
trend,
augmented
but,
against his will.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that he was against or for them or.
Exactly, and the last game was all about him like coming to age with his augmentations, like trying to understand them, trying to accept who he became. And in this game now, like the sentence or the line we have in the trailer where it says we have to let go, I have to let go and embrace what I've become. It says that now he's taking charge. Like he assumes that he's a tool. He can. That he can be a powerful weapon, but he wants to use it for good, and he hopes that he can make a difference.
Yeah,
so
he even thinks that to do what he has to do, he's probably the only person who can do that, or at least only someone who's as weaponized as he is can do it. It's to that degree that he's realizing all these things.
And at this point, is like much more like comfortable with that, assuming who he is and moving forward.
He's probably even more comfortable. I've always personally kind of wanted to think that he's even more comfortable with his augmentations, physically speaking.
Yes.
You know, they probably don't hurt him as much anymore,
Exactly.
or all that kind of. But that's me. But
That's your story.
There's not enough story in the Deus Ex. I need to invent some. There's only like 50 million lines.
And also, that's why, like with what you just said, that's very interesting. Like in Dubai, player or Adam Jensen is going to start with his augmentations because what we wanted to give is the feel. It's the man 2.0. He's going with this team, and he has those advantages, and it was.
And he's the only one in the team who's augmented.
Exactly. So we wanted to make sure that players have them right at the start, and then something happens, and they are going to have to rebuild him. After that, to know.
Also known as the Metroid effect.
Exactly. Yeah. TM Jonathan.
Yes. The Emmy.
That's it.
Yeah.
And for the second part of the question, of course, Adam Jensen is going to encounter people in this world that are going to ask him questions about how he feels about certain things about himself or the themes of the world and things like that. I keep it vague just because I think we spoiled enough already. So
but even with that, there's a bit of a, like you like to say, Jeff, I've heard you say this a few times, he's a bit of a stranger in a strange land even. He's like, obviously for the people that are against augmentations or afraid of them, he's like this walking tank. And even when he's with the augmented people in the new world, he's in better shape than they are.
Exactly.
So even towards them, he's a bit like, you know...
he's an outcast.
He's an outcast. He's an outsider, yeah.
So will we see more of
It was our moment.
Yeah,
we have those things.
Yeah. So next question is, will we see more of the Illuminati in Mankind Divided compared to...
The Illuminati.
No, I heard. Okay. Continue, Sasha.
Compared to Human Revolution, will we see a bit more of them in Mankind Divided?
Well, they're part of the world. They're part of the big conspiracy going on. They are the people that Adam Jensen is chasing. So you can expect seeing few of them, I guess.
A few. There's a few.
So talking about different play styles,
those lights are strong.
In Mankind Divided, how did you try and balance people who are going to play stealth and people who are going to play combat and not kind of be biased towards one or another?
Well, I think if we do our job well, it's to let players actually, to make them feel that there's not a right way to play the game. It's just like there are many options, and obviously some are more combat-oriented, some are more stealth-oriented, or as a player you can try to go into the middle of the fray being stealthy or vice versa. Anyway, the point being is we're always building the maps and the challenges with that in mind. We know that the game, it's combat and stealth. It's not one mission is combat, the other is stealth. It's all of that at once. So when we build the maps, like I was saying, we're playing, and we're like sometimes like challenging. Well, where's the stealth path, or is it obvious enough or not, or it's too much of this, too much of that.
It's a big chunk of what level design on this game is figuring all these things out.
Yeah, so we're iterating until it feels right. And another thing also that we're doing with Mankind Divided is we changed like how you get XP. In the last game in Human Revolution, we were giving more XP for.
We were a little biased before.
For stealth.
For stealth.
Yeah, and less for combat. And the logic we had back in the day, which was totally faulty, is that we thought, well, it demands more time, more energy, more skills to be.
We thought like stealth kind of needed a bit more involvement from the players.
Yeah.
And then we're like, let's just put more
XP to that.
XP, yeah.
Yeah. But what it created is that players ended up thinking that it was the right way to play.
Yeah.
And it was not our intention at all.
No, because then you start playing artificially, which is exactly what we don't like on this game. It's like people would start artificially to push stealth to get the more XP, which is, and it's weird that we did this because it so counters our basic, our foundational philosophies for a game like that. Like nothing should be artificial, right? It's like you shouldn't even know what the rewards are because then it's like, oh yeah, of course you're gonna take the path that has the gigantic nuke shooting bazooka, right? Because that's what you want, right? But yeah.
And in this one, what we did is that we rebalanced the XP distribution between stealth and combat. It's just that if you play combat, you'll get XP all the way through, like by little chunks.
The distribution is the system of distribution is different.
But it's even in
but
terms
the layering
of,
is even. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And for the stealth, we need to know when the players finish with the map.
Yeah, it's like if you stealth, it's like you'll get a treasure.
Yeah.
Right, and if you combat, there'll be more like the breadcrumbs.
Exactly.
But the amounts are pretty much the same.
That's it.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's all the time we have for you guys today. I will see you tomorrow. We'll talk a bit more about Breach, which is our new game mode, and answer some of your other questions. We have a last video to show you. Enjoy E3.
Thank you.
That's a new one.
We are human beings. Each and every one of us. This must not go on. This injustice must end.
An increase in the number of terrorist attacks highlights the danger posed by augmented citizens.
I once thought I could save the world. Now look at it.
Help me!
Sometimes you just have to let go and embrace what you've become. They've worked from the shadows for years, shaping the future, manipulating lives, controlling information. Innocents have died as they play their game.
We will not sit idly by and allow our rights to be eroded out of fear and ignorance any longer. We will not be herded into ghettos and treated as outcasts. We will stop at nothing.
The world is different now. The old rules no longer apply. So much pain. So many lies. Their darkness must end.
should be your fight as well, brother. The promise of a golden age is over.
I won't let it happen again.
Just won't quit. You're on ice.
It is an honor to be recognized by the great King Regis, yet permit me to stand on ceremony and introduce myself nonetheless. Arden Izunia, Chancellor of Niflheim. And I come to you on this most auspicious of days to offer terms of peace.
You see, we don't need any of you immigrants jumping around, playing war hero.
I have no choice but to receive the Empire and accept their treaty.
Your Majesty, please, give the order to deploy the Glade.
The King has spoken, and you have heard. All lands beyond the wall are to be relinquished to the Empire.
Those are our homes out there, our people! And you're just gonna go along with this and abandon them?
Sacrifice Lucian's sons to save his own?
To save the world.
Get out of there, it's a trap!
As far as I can tell, you two have lost everything. All the memories and experience you've ever accumulated.
These gents here have business in the low seas. Who are they? The giants from the hills.
Who made all this smoke?
A talking weird thing!
Then what if it's a mirage?
How incredibly rude. I am just as human as you.
That wouldn't even be the tip of the iceberg. Oh no.
Hey now, that is certainly no way for us to treat a lady.
The whole catch about joining the Federation is that you're asked to become an architect.
Me? I'm with Seed, a mercenary group in the League of S. We fight against the Federation.
Good. That's more like it. So where does this prophecy factor in?
When time begins its march anew, they shall return as visitors, giants from the hills of a world not our own. Upon Grimoire, they will wreak two divergent futures. One that brings salvation, and the other ruin. An enigma to confound even the highest mind.
The way you use mirages, only Lusfarna ever held such power over them.
What's happening now?
The keys.
There are 4. Earth, fire, water, and shadow, if I remember correctly.
You are a fool to let a medium to champion a fire!
This is it. Home base for the League of S.
Balam Garden.
It has to be destiny.
Who are you? Lon! Shrink now!
Holy mom bombs!
Lady Yuna!
You leave her to me. Hey, wait up!
So, basically, we've put Grimoire and other worlds in terrible danger.
Lusfarna. If you wish to find her, you must brave the Crystal Tower.
Then our mom's up there somewhere?
Time for us has resumed its march.
This place, I know I remember it. And you? You aren't going to waver?
We have a prophecy to fulfill.
Easy money is all people care about. An opportunity presented itself, so I seized it. I believe in the law. I respect the law. I used the law. I did nothing illegal. My only crime is being smarter than you. Greed and ignorance are the key ingredients in any good con.
Turing Test is a first-person puzzler set on Jupiter's ice moon Europa.
We started with a common science fiction question: is there life on Europa? And we went to scientific advisors to try and get an idea of what that life would actually be. So we're telling a science fiction story, and it is really fictionalized, and we have lasers and all this kind of stuff, but it's based in an underlying reality of wanting to tell a story that could actually be true.
The original prototype was really cool because what happened when we saw people play it is they instantly understood what was happening and they understood the mechanics of the game. It's kind of a game where you pick up and you can just play it, you learn through the mechanics, and that's something that we wanted to push in terms of design. We wanted people from any background to be able to come and pick up the controller and find it a fun experience to play.
When the team showed me the Turing Test, I thought it was a great development on their last game. You feel a lot more involved in the world, you have a lot more control over the environment, and it just opens the world up to a lot more possibilities, really.
We present the player with, a linear story that they can progress through. But as well as this linear story, there's also elements underneath that will change the meaning of the story for the player as they experience it. Developing the game has been about that challenge of making something functional but beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, the zero-point dynamo means energy for all. Limitless and free. Limitless.
Some trouble. All right, who needs killing first? Go get him, girl.
Bullets. I'll ask Jen. Your pathetic resistance is amusing. But I have better things to do. Ahoy, motherfuckers! You want this orb so much? Well then, you can have it.
word from studio? Actually, Maury, let me call you back. Sorry I'm late. Oh, gotta take this.
Yo, stunt double.
Shit, man, where were you?
Seriously, Babylon got away.
Guys, you worry too much. The sequel just got greenlit.
Miss Brimstone, your so-called specialists just tore up downtown Seoul. We're paying you to raise an army of agents, not a street gang.
If you are getting cold feet, then go beg someone else to save the world from Legion. Otherwise, just sign the checks and shut up. A street gang? Hardly.
Visions, storied heroes whose dreams transcend even death. Lapis, a world of crystals and the visions within. By the light of the crystals, a realm flourished. But now, a shadow falls. Their world on the edge of ruin. Two knights set out to drive back the shadow. Let a new tale of crystals and heroes begin. Crystals, heroes, and high adventure. As legendary warriors join forces across time and space. Are you the hero of light we seek? Final Fantasy, Brave Exvius. Pre-register today. FinalFantasyXvius.com.
Complete this task and return here safely, and I will name you both True Masters.
Look out!
You can leave this one to me.
Take this! Just stop it! You treat people's hearts like bottles on a shelf, but they're not. Are you?
Be gone!
The rope collapsed when the clock advanced. If only I made it in time. Not even memories are safe from the darkness. To spend one more night beneath the stars with my best friends. I'm doing it again.
Aqua.
This world is full of light.
What? Did you expect the traitor to give themselves up with that accusation of yours? That was foolish.
Aced, that's quite enough.
Hey, maybe talking about the book will cheer you up.
Not a chance.
Darkness will prevail, and the light expire.
Each of our copies were said to contain the events of the future. But this incident, well, it's nowhere to be found.
You can barely stay on your feet. Just give up already.
Why? Why did it have to come to this?
Isn't it our duty as Keyblade wielders to prevent this war from taking place?
Not possible.
We need to defy the Master's teachings to protect the world.
You're saying he was wrong? When the time comes, and there is war, you mustn't fight, but instead you must fly away from here to the world outside.
船な、プロンプト。
大丈夫？
王子、僕と友達よ。ノクティス様。
どうしたノクト？
ルナフレーナって人が、ルナフレーナ様がそれを望んでいる。僕に。
Just won't quit.
Your Majesty, please, give the order to deploy the Glade.
The king has spoken, and you have heard. All lands beyond the wall are to be relinquished to the Empire.
Sacrifice Lucian's sons to save his own?
To save the world.
Shattering expectations, Final Fantasy XIV has earned worldwide acclaim. Now, it's your time to become one of its heroes. Join with other adventurers as you embark on an incredible journey. With all the worlds to be explored, none compare to this. Discover the celebrated adventure for yourself. Final Fantasy XIV Online. Play it today.
How did we get here?
Technology is advancing at a phenomenal rate. Artificial eyes to cybernetic limbs.
The promise of a better future.
We now have the choice to free ourselves from any kind of limitation.
Strength, power, speed. Now I focus on what really matters.
Have these augmentations really been
There are
tested?
people who say that what is happening is unnatural, that we're playing God. But people were scared of electricity, and where would the world be without
What
that?
happens if this technology falls into the wrong hands?
Diseases or viruses that could wipe out the human race.
Scenes of terror are being witnessed worldwide.
What kind of madness has gripped the mechanically augmented people? 9 million deaths confirmed and counting.
This is an attack on humanity and the universal values that we share.
These people were hacked. They had no control.
What is the appropriate response? And can we actually protect ourselves from this happening again?
I have no idea what happened. I would never.
You tried to kill me.
At what point will governments consider the idea of segregation for all our sakes?
We can be politically correct, or we can be foolish, but it's gonna get worse and worse.
The Czech Republic adds its voice to a growing list of countries calling for the relocation of its augmented citizens.
No
Reports of severe shortages of the drug neurophazine required to inhibit the rejection of augmentations.
fight for our God-given rights to defend our will.
In a sign of growing anti-augmentation sentiment, thousands
It doesn't matter how many idiots you get out there on the street. We will not relinquish our limbs. Do you understand?
What's happening on this planet is a mass fear-mongering, and the mainstream media pushing this narrative.
The officer suffered severe facial
Incident after incident after
You need to
incident.
be afraid, because they are coming for you.
We will not be made slaves to corporations! We will rise up!
To them, we are the enemy.
Have you seen what your kind are doing?
My kind? You sound just like them.
We've come to a tipping point.
I can't live like this anymore.
This violence is completely out of control!
The world is being made for this corporate militant school.
What do they have planned for us?
Why are they building concentration camps?
What's going on out there?
Reports of multiple fatalities. There's only one way to deal with these bloodthirsty fanatics.
A lot of people died. Now you want to take away our freedom? You will pay for it in blood.
Multiple detonations looks like car bombs.
The Augmented Rights Coalition denies responsibility.
The Segregation Act has been passed into law, effective immediately.
Augmented persons are being asked to move to safe and secure segregated districts.
I don't want them to take me.
We are still your neighbors. Your brothers. Your sisters. Your lovers. We lost everything. Our dreams. Our innocence.
Where are you taking her? Where are you taking her?
Our humanity.
We are human beings.
This injustice must end!
An increase in the number of terrorist attacks highlights the danger posed by augmented citizens.
I once thought I could save the world. Now look at it.
Help me!
Sometimes, you just have to let go and embrace what you've become. They've worked from the shadows for years, shaping the future, manipulating lives, controlling information. Innocents have died as they play their game.
We will not sit idly by and allow our rights to be eroded out of fear and ignorance any longer. We will not be herded into ghettos and treated as outcasts. We will stop at nothing.
The world is different now. The old rules no longer apply. So much pain. So many lies. Their darkness must end.
This should be your fight as well, brother. The promise of a golden age is over.
I won't let it happen again.
At the Palisade Bank Corporation, we know what top secret means. Your company's files contain valuable proprietary information worth far more than gold. We can help you protect it. Our state-of-the-art Blade server farms offer unparalleled security in a world that's teeming with uncertainty. Safeguarded by the most advanced physical and digital security systems in the world, the data you store at the Palisade Corporation will remain in hands, out of reach of those who seek to slander your corporate interests.
For years, they thought their secrets were safe. And they were right, until now. Rippers, protecting institutions that seek to hold us back, profiting while the majority get left behind, is the Palisade's #1 priority. Ours is to breach the Blade's overhyped digital defenses and expose the truth. Fire up your neural subnet kits and join the fight. When you're in the breach, the virtual reality environment will be your playground, and your digital avatar your tool of extraction. Your primary targets are data towers, but as you progress through the system, server nodes will bring about new objectives to master. Data extraction, enemy elimination, fragment collection. These will allow you to delve deeper into the network. Extract the data, escape the server, expose the truth. As you progress, don't be surprised if mysteries cross your path. The world is a dark place, and people often turn to Rippers to dig for answers. These people had a daughter who died under mysterious circumstances. They believe a pharmaceutical corporation is involved, and information you unlock on VersaLife servers could contain the truth they need. All you have to do is locate the data and exit the server without being destroyed. No problem, right? Not necessarily. The AI core that operates the Palisade servers has security in place. Sentries, drones, turrets, and powerful prime defense units, all programmed to keep that precious data locked away. They'll quickly turn hostile against any intruder they find. But when it comes to virtual warfare, being on the cutting edge is just one way we Rippers stay ahead. Load your avatars with an arsenal of weapons to combat the virtual defenses. Use the credits you earn from successful raids to unlock new models. If a particular loadout wears out its welcome, dismantle the unwanted weapons into parts and use them to upgrade your favorites. Extracting data won't be easy, but as you gain experience, you'll earn Praxis points, which can be used to unlock new abilities or improve skills you already have. Your NSN avatar can be equipped with a variety of virtual augmentations that can aid you in accomplishing your goals. But it has limited memory space, so finding the right balance of skills is crucial to leaving the breach with your avatar intact. Not really interested in taking down corrupt mega corporations from within? Fine. Then compete in challenges against your fellow Rippers. Send them your high score. If they can't beat it, you're awarded extra credits. You've motivated others by showing off your skills. But if it turns out you're a cocky failure, you get nothing in return. Of course, if you're really feeling full of yourself, you can also infect the server with modifiers. They'll increase the difficulty of the challenge, offering a more substantial reward, or give you temporary advantages by changing the rules if you're in a tricky spot. The world is full of conspiracies, Rippers, and the Blades hold the deepest secrets. No matter your motivation, your contribution will further our cause. Join the fight. Extract the data. Expose the truth. Buona fortuna, Rippers.
know what their plan is, but it's big and it's about to start.
Then I'll stop them. Just kick back and enjoy the show.
World's changed.
Can something so wondrous exist here?
You've seen firsthand how persistent those reprobates can be. Really is so significant to them that they're willing to go through all of this for her.
Now get that loser kid to surrender Relia to us!
That all you can muster? Get out of my way, you worthless cretin!
Fidel! So many were killed. Here on out, I won't allow any people to hurt you.
I should say that, not you.
It's okay. I'm tired of this.
I promised that I'd protect you. If you left me behind, I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
Surely you understand the consequences of this.
What would you do in my shoes? If it meant possibly throwing everything away and never coming home? We will return victorious.
Let's go.
Lead the way, my brethren of the blade.
In a land of sorrow and bitter cold. A tale of sacrifice will be told. Destined for death will give everything to save her people.
Hello everyone, welcome to Dragon Quest Builders session number 1. And do make a point here, it's number 1 because this is the first of many to come. So I'm the host today, Mao, M-A-O, that's right. When I'm not hosting these kind of shows, I'm usually found in the Square Enix London office doing bits and bobs, but I'm sure you couldn't care less. So I have got some news for you here. I do have something that you will care about. Yes, Dragon Quest Builders was announced just last month. And here I've actually got 2 splendid guests with me who can actually tell you all about this. So we've got this not-so-secret guild session right now. But before that, I would like to introduce you to our superior interpreter, Amelia, who is going to be able to comprehend these great minds that I can't actually understand. But she understands what they say. So, Amelia.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be channeling the voices of our 2 amazing guests here today. And I think I might actually be doing a lot of the talking, so hopefully you won't get too annoyed by my voice.
I'm sure we'll all love your voice. That's what we like to hear. So, without further ado, let me introduce to Fujinori-san, who is the producer of Dragon Quest Builders.
Hi everyone! Really glad to be here today. 皆さんこんにちは。本日はお会いできて嬉しいです。
Hi everyone, really glad to be here today.
ドラゴンクエストビルダーズプロデューサーの藤本です。
I'm Fujimoto, the producer of Dragon Quest Builders.
はい、ドラゴンクエストビルダーズで、できるとってもすごいことを今日はねお見せしたいなと思っております。
I'd like to show everyone all the amazing things we can do in Dragon Quest Builders today.
あとはこのゲームがどのようにして、生まれたかとか、あと北米欧州の、皆さんにこのゲームを発表できたことについて、感想を述べたいなと思っております。
And I also like to touch on how this game came about and how it was made, how I feel about this game finally being shown to all of you in the West.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Fujinori-san. So sitting next to Fujinori-san is also our great assistant producer to Dragon Quest Builders, Shiraishi-san.
どうも、アシスタントプロデューサーの白石です。やっと私話す時間が来ましたね。今日全然話せないのかと思ってたんで。
Hi everyone, I'm the assistant producer Shiraishi, and I'm so glad my turn to speak has finally come. I didn't think I'd get a chance with everyone here today.
今日はでもビルディングに関するスーパースキルを見せますよ。スクエニでは多分私が一番うまいと思ってますんで。
And I think I'm probably the best at playing this game in all of Square Enix, so I'd like to show you all my super skills.
だいたい今日は白石さんは喋るよりもねプレイするためだけに、来てるんですけどね。
But basically, Mr. Shiraishi is here today to play, not to talk.
Touche, touche. Meanwhile, back on Earth, I think we should take a look at the announcement trailer for those people who have actually missed it. If you've been unfortunate enough not to have seen this, this is your chance. So, trailer on, please. Right. Well, what a fantastic trailer. Such vibrant, colourful world. One thing I did notice though, because we haven't actually seen any of the gameplay yet in the trailer. It's very nice animation, wonderfully crafted, but I think we'd like to see some gameplay now for Fujinori-san.
Yeah.
So exactly how do you wish to address this today?
もちろん今日ねその目的で、白石さんをね今日お連れしたんで、はい。
So this is precisely why I've brought Mr. Shiraishi to this occasion.
ドラゴンクエストビルダーズの英語ローカライズ版を、世界で初めて、お見せすることになります。
So we'd like to show the English localized version of Dragon Quest Builders for the first time in the world.
ではねゲーム画面のね用意はいいですかね。
はい、大丈夫です。
Are we ready to
じゃあ
go here?
Let's ビルドビルドビルド
ビルド。はい。
はい、ドラゴンクエストビルダーズはですねドラゴンクエストの RPG の要素と自由にものづくりを楽しむ砂場遊び的な要素が融合した、ブロックメイク RPG というジャンルのゲームです。
The Dragon Quest Builders is under the genre called Block Make RPG, which combines the RPG elements that Dragon Quest is well known for with the sandbox gameplay elements.
でドラゴンクエストビルダーズの世界、冒険の舞台は、竜王という闇の王の罠にかかって、アレフガルドという世界がですね完全に支配されて荒廃してしまった世界が冒険の舞台となっています。
So the world of Dragon Quest Builders, where you go off for an adventure, was once called Alefgard, and it's fallen under the trap of the Dragon Lord from the realm of darkness, and it's been completely destroyed.
でゲームの目的なんですけども、竜王に支配された大地をもう取り戻していって、荒廃してしまった世界を自分流に復活させて、竜王を倒す最終的には竜王を倒すということがゲームの目的になってます。
The objective of this game is to bring back the land that was once reigned by the Dragon Lord, restore the devastated world in your own style, and defeat the Dragon Lord ultimately.
でこのゲームの、最も特徴的なところは、この世界はブロックで表現された広大な大地でできておりまして、ブロックを素材として集めて、いろんなものを作って壊して、世界を作り直すことができます。
What's most unique about this game is that it's an expansive world that's made out of blocks, and so you can collect these blocks and create various things using them.
で荒廃してしまった街を自分の好きなように再建したり、あと武器やトラップとかそういうのを自分で作ってモンスターを倒して世界を復活させていきます。
You can recreate and restore a ruined town however you like, create your own weapons and traps, and use them to defeat monsters.
Okay, so that's very interesting because normally in an RPG, the hero or the main character usually kind of achieves things by destroying things or defeating enemies. So in Dragon Quest Builders, you're saying that you're going to be doing this by building things for the people. So that sounds really, really refreshing, Fujinori-san.
そうですね。創作、ものづくりというコンセプトがすごく強調されています。
So, crafting and building things is really emphasized in this game.
そしてそのコンセプトはそのモンスターの描写にも反映されています。
And this concept is also reflected in how the monsters are portrayed.
ね、RPG とはいえですね、そのモンスターを倒しても、実は経験値は得られません。
So even though this is an RPG, it has RPG elements, you won't be gaining any experience points from defeating monsters.
そうですね。モンスターはですね、実はね、素材のためだけのものなんですね。
Monsters in this world actually only exist for resources.
今ちょうど白石さんがスライムを倒しておりますけども。
So Mr. Shiraishi right now is defeating a slime.
何か落としましたね。
And it just dropped something.
ブルーグー。
Blue goo.
これは何かというと、マオさんのお肌に塗ると潤いたっぷりすべすべになる油ですね。
So what this blue goo is actually something that Mao right here could put on his skin for a nice soft, supple effect.
お、なんか潤ってますね。
関係ない。
Your skin looks great.
関係ない。
まあそういうものではないんですけども、
はい。That's actually not what it's for.
残念ながら。
I'm sorry to say.
これはですね、松明を作るための素材の一つなんですよ。
This is one of the materials that used to create a torch.
で今松明を作ってみましたけども、松明はブルーグーと木の枝っていうのをセットに合わせると松明が作れます。
So we just created a torch right now, but basically what you need for this is blue goo and branches, the broken branch, and you can create these.
はい。 でこういうのは先ほど石の作業台というところで、作ることができます。
And you can make these at what you saw earlier. It's a stone workshop or work table.
Okay, so I mean, we've now worked out that the monsters don't drop XP, but when I play an RPG, I'd like my character to progress and get stronger. So how does that actually happen?
はいはいはい。ドラゴンクエストビルダーズで、自分を強くする方法は2つあります。
So there are two ways in Dragon Quest Builders to grow your character.
一つはヒットポイントを増やすことができるクエストとか冒険をすることで、強くできます。
One of them is to complete quests and adventures that will increase your HP.
でもう一つはいろいろな装備を自分で作ってそれで装備をすることで強くなります。
And another way to become stronger is to craft various equipment that will improve your attack power and your defense.
で強い武器をね作るためには、よりレアな素材っていうのが必要になってきます。
And in order to create stronger weapons, you need more rare materials.
でレアな素材を取るためにはフィールドの遠いところに行って強い敵を倒す必要が出てくるわけですね。
And in order to obtain these rare materials, you need to go way far into the field and advance in order to find them.
Right. Okay. Well, I can't begin to imagine what kind of materials you need to build the so-called legendary items in Dragon Quest. But there is one thing I've noticed on the screen. I can actually see a level, and it says camp base level. So you said there's no experience points, etc. What does this XP actually do, Fujinori-san?
Oh, good question. Oh my god, good question.
Thank you.
ではですね、今からなんていうかな、実は荒廃した町に部屋や庭などを作って町を復活させていくことでレベルが実は上がっていくんですね。
So how you can gain XP and advance your levels is actually to create buildings and gardens in your town to restore it.
では今からシンプルな部屋をねちょっとね作ってみましょう。
So right now we're going to create a simple room.
ちょうど今白石さんが、壊れかけの部屋にいますんで、ここを直していこうかなと思います。
So right now Mr. Shiraishi is in a half broken room, so we're just going to fix this one up.
はい。で部屋として認識するには、2段の壁で囲うことと扉をつけることと、あと部屋の中に明かりを置く。これでシンプルな部屋が、完成します。
And in order for this room to be actually recognized as a room, you need to surround it with a wall that's 2 blocks high, add a door to it, and also add a little light to it.
これで今左上のところに330ポイントという経験値が得られて、これがレベル1のところに330ポイント分が加算されました。
So right now when you actually completed this room, you might have seen 330 points pop up on the top left of the screen. And that's how points keep being added to your experience points.
で、この後今白石さんが、シンプルな部屋を、藁のベッドを置いて寝る部屋に今変えてアレンジしようとしています。
So right now what Mr. Shiraishi is trying to do is take this simple room, add 2 straw beds to it, and turn it into a bedroom.
白石さんは寝る場所は地下がいいという感じで
I
下に
guess
置きましたね。
Mr. Shiraishi wants to sleep in the basement.
これすると先ほど330ポイントだったのが490ポイントに変わりましたね。
So earlier this room was worth 330 points, but it went up higher to, was it 490 points? Yes, it boosted the point count.
Nice.
それでこれから町をさらに復活させていくにあたって、ここ今荒廃した町なんですけども、町をどんどん復活させていくにあたって、どうやって復活させればいいかっていうのはイメージつかないかもしれませんが、そこは安心していただければと思います。
So as we continue to restore this town, it might be difficult to kind of imagine, well, where do I go next? How do I continue to fix this town? But rest assured, there's a good way that we're going to show you.
その前に白石さんがこの部屋を松明だらけにして、暑い部屋に変えてしまいました
First,
ね。
I guess Mr. Shiraishi wanted to put a lot of torches in this room, and it might
一応
think
評
it's
価
getting
と
a
して
little
は
hot in here.
評価としては650ポイントまで上がりましたね。
But it did go up to 650 points, so
結構いい
it's
経験
great.
値入りましたね。
はい
That's a pretty good amount of points there.
はい。でここ今から町を復活させていくんですけども、村人から、これを作ってほしいというふうにクエスト形式で依頼をされます。
So as we continue to restore the townspeople will actually give you requests on how they would like you to build.
今回村人からものづくりをする作業部屋が欲しいと、依頼を受けていますので、その建物を作るにあたって、設計図というものをもらいました。
So right now the request that we're seeing from this townsperson is that they would like a workshop to create more things, and so we received a blueprint from them.
今白石さんの方が、これから設計図を、手に持ちますんで。
So Mr. Shiraishi has his blueprint in hand.
これを地面に敷いてください。敷きますね。
And he's going to place that on the ground there.
でここで、オプションボタンを押すと完成形が見ることができます。
And when you press the option button here, you can actually see what the final building will look like.
でこの、設計図通りに建物をまずは作れば、OK です。
So first step is to create the building just according to this blueprint.
作るために何が必要かっていうのが設計図に書かれています。
And all the materials that you'll need to gather in order to create this building, it's all included within the blueprint.
今から白石さんは作業部屋を1分で作ってしまいます。
So, starting 1 minute from now, Mr. Shiraishi is going to complete this workshop.
すごい設置も簡単にいきますね。
So it's pretty simple to build everything here.
Looks really nice and smooth.
これで置いたところはもう赤く光っているところが今から必要な部分で、黒くなっているのはもうすでに置いたところですね。
So what's blinking red when you pull up that completed blueprint right now is what else you need to include in the room to finalize it.
ここ作業部屋なんで作業台を今設置しましたね。はい。
So we're including that working table in here since this is a workshop.
完成しました。
And it's complete.
1分
かかってない。
1 minute.
あ、村人も今喜んでますね。
And the townspeople are really happy about this.
このように作ったら、村人がいちいち反応してくれますね。
So in this game, when you build things or create things, the townspeople will actually react to it.
あとはここから設計図通りに今まで作りましたけども、ここからは自由にアレンジしてもらって OK で。
So right now we created it exactly according to the blueprint that was provided, but you can actually go in and customize it.
はい。で今から白石さんがアイデアを考えて自分流にアレンジしていきます。これから。
So Mr. Shiraishi is going to come up with some of his own ideas on how he wants to customize this space.
ちょっと藁の扉をいくつか作ってみようかな。
I think I'm going to make a few straw doors.
現時点では、500ポイント。
Oh, that was 500 points.
500ポイントですね、左上。もうちょっとでレベルが上がりそうですね。
It seems like he's going to level up in just a little bit.
こっち側にも部屋を作って置いて。
So I'm going to make a room over on this side as well.
こちらは100ポイント。シンプルな部屋なんで100ポイン
And
ト。
since that was a simple room, it was worth 100 points.
間違えた。壊れちゃった。
It broke.
まあちょっと下から。
これはいちいち扉を開けるのがめんどくさいんで、下から外に出れるような通路を作ったわけですかね。
So he must have created this path for people who are too lazy to use the door, so they can get out of the room through this underground path here.
ちょっとセキュリティが心配ですけどね。
そうですね、セキュリティ誰でも入れちゃいますね、これ。
A little worried about security here because anyone can come and go as they please with this.
ちなみにこういう地下の通路を作ったら村人もその地下の通路を使って外に出て行ってくれるようになります。
So if we create an underground path like this, the townspeople will actually start using this.
ち ちょっとセキュリティ強化しましょうか。
So I'm gonna strengthen security here.
二重扉。
Double door.
ただ二重扉でセキュリティ強化してますけども、地下は扉がなくて
ガラガラですね。はい。
He's created the double doors here, but there's still that gaping hole, that underground path that anyone can come in through.
あんまり意味がない。
So that was kind of pointless.
まあこんな感じで、街をまあ強化してどんどん復活させて、街をこうより発展させていくことでストーリーはどんどん進行していきます。
So this is kind of in a nutshell how you would restore a town and expand it and progress in the story.
じゃあ一回ちょっとねスタジオに戻しましょうかね。
Let's go back to the studio for a minute.
はい。はい。さてですね、次は、もう一つ違ったパートをお見せしたいなと思っております。
Next, we'd like to show you a bit of a different part of the game.
はい。街をね作り込んでいくと、まあどんな形になっていくかっていうのを、お見せしたいなというのと、あとちょっとボス戦っていうのをね、一つお見せしようかなと思います。
So we'd like to skip ahead and kind of show you what it actually looks like once you've built your town a little bit further and expanded, and also we're going to show you a boss battle.
今ですね、大丈夫ですかね。
大丈夫です。
はい。じゃあ、レッツ
やるんですね。やるんですね。急に。
はい。
急だな。
That was really sudden.
はい。もう変わってます。
あ、変わりました。はい。はい。これはですね、先ほどの街を荒廃した街を、発展させたんですけども、これはですね、私がマオのビバリーヒルズの家を想像して作ってみました。
So this is what it looks like when you've progressed a bit and expanded your town and built a lot more. And this is actually a house that I built thinking of what Mao's house in Beverly Hills would look like.
Very good imagination.
一応まあマオのビバリーヒルズの部屋には、まあキングサイズのベッドがまあ2つぐらいあって、
So there's about 2 king size beds in Mao's Beverly Hills place.
あとはドレッサーがまあ置いてあって、
Of course, a dresser right here.
ちなみにこのドレッサーを部屋に置くと村人が服を着替えてくれます。
So when you put a dresser in a room, actually, the townspeople will go ahead and change their clothes.
俺先ほどの部屋と比べてスコアがものすごい高くなってます。
そうですね、80ポイントですね。
So this room, compared to the last simple room that we built, is actually worth 8,90 points, I believe.
さすがビバリーヒルズです。
That's Beverly Hills for you.
That's how I'd like to roll.
でまあここはダイニングでまあお肉を食べたりとかですね。
This is a dining room where you can eat meat, for example.
で食べたら汗をかくんでお風呂で汗を流すと。
Once you eat, you get a little sweaty, of course, so get in that bath.
でお風呂入ったらちょっと眠たくなったんで2階の部屋に行って。
And once you take a bath, you get a little sleepy, so you go upstairs.
2階の部屋に行きつつ、食事をとると。
Upstairs and eat again.
また。Again?
Again. 寝ることはありません。
You don't sleep. Always eat.
でまあこちらの方はね村人の部屋ですね。結構シンプルな部屋ですね。
So these are some simpler rooms for the townspeople.
あとちょっと高台に見晴らしのいい、お庭を用意しました。
And here's a garden in a higher place with kind of a nice view up here.
I just pointed out, found like a little hole at the back, and it looks like a cave that you can explore. What is that, Fujinori-san?
まあ確かに洞窟は見えますけど、奥に何かこう宝物があったりするんだと思います。なので、冒険フィールド上にいろいろ出て行ってもらって、ああいう洞窟とか塔みたいなのもありましたけども、塔とか登っていくと何かこういいものが置いてあるんじゃないかなと。
So yeah, there's caves and also there's a tower, I think, that you might have seen. There's lots of little places like this on the field, so you can go in and there might be some treasures in there, some things you can find. So I would encourage everyone to explore.
Makes you feel really inquisitive. It's good.
あ、ここでね、まあね、台所みたいなのがねありますんでね。
This is actually a kitchen over here.
この台所のね部屋でまあ料理を作ることができるんですね。
You can actually cook meals and food in this kitchen.
村人も実は今こう作ってくれるようになってまして、作ったものは、 隣にある収納箱にどんどん入れていってくれます。
The townspeople actually come here and cook for you as well, and once they've made something, they go ahead and store it in that little storage box over there.
なので自分でなんか部屋を作っただけじゃなくて、作ったものに対して村人が何かしらこう反応があるというのがこのゲームの面白いポイントです。
So what's really fun and interesting about this game is that not only do you build things and create things on your own, what you make generates a reaction from the townspeople.
All right, so I mean, there's also the concept of hunger, and there's a gauge that are shaped in baguettes, little breads there.
Yeah.
So when you're too hungry, your health point starts going down instead of the hunger gauge. So you really have to watch out for the hunger gauge.
そうですね。もうちょっと見せすぎてお腹が減ってきましたね。
I'm getting a little hungry from showing all of this to everybody.
なんで食べてるんですか？放送中ですよ。
そうですね。お腹が空きすぎるとね、ちょっとボス戦もできなくなっちゃうんで、そろそろちょっとボス戦をしようかなと思います。
You can't really go and fight a boss on an empty stomach, so I think we better get started on that boss fight.
でボス戦をするにあたっては、しっかり自分で武器とか防具とか必要なものはしっかりこう揃えた上で、ボス戦に挑んで、いただきたいなと思っております。
So when you go into a boss battle, we'd like everyone to be well prepared with all equipment and weapons that you need, and make sure that you're good to go for the battle.
今寝てしまいましたね。まあ確かにね、ボス戦の前には一回寝た方がいいかもしれない。
He fell asleep there, but it's actually good. He needs that sleep before he goes out and
寝る
fights the big guy.
寝るとヒットポイントが回復します。
Your HP actually recovers fully once you go to sleep.
一応装備がコンボではちょっと危ないかもしれない。
A cypress stick might not be, or that was the oaken club. That might not be good enough for this battle.
鋼の剣。
We're going to use this iron sword.
よし。よし。準備万端ですね。はい。
じゃあこれからボス戦に行きましょう。
はい。
Right, let's get going with this boss battle.
今からボスが出てくるんですけども、巨大なゴーレムが出てきます。
Right now, the boss is just about to appear. It's going to be a huge golem.
Spoiler alert!
住民がですね、安全な場所に移されてしまいました、ね。
So the townspeople are being portaled out to a safer place.
ゴーレム。まずはね、やっぱ戦う前にはゴーレムさんに挨拶しに行きたいと思います。
So first, before we fight, we should definitely go up to that golem and say hi.
よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, he does look very
Let's
big.
Stop it.
Oh!
So he throws boulders and he's actually destroying my house right now.
ビバリーヒルズの家が。
The Beverly Hills home.
Hey, stop!
やめてくれ。
Go, Shiraishi-san.
No! これはやばい。
This is not looking good.
部屋がどんどん壊れていきますね。
The room is being destroyed.
Not my bedroom. Not my bedroom.
ちょっと白石さん、右下の画面をちょっと見てください。
Mr. Shirashi, go ahead and look at the bottom right of the screen.
何かメルキドシールドでガードしろというふうに書いてませんかね。
I think it says guard yourself with the Cantland shield.
なるほど。これですね。
そう、それを使って敵の岩石を防ぐわけですね。
Right, use that to defend yourself against the enemy's attacks.
なるほど。すごい頑丈ですね。
It's pretty sturdy.
あともう一回ガードしろというふうに出てますね。3分の2。
It says to guard one more time.
よし。
隠れろと。
And then it says to hide.
敵が今攻撃しますね。自分も攻撃しますからね。くるくる回りましたね。で、魔法の弾を使って敵を攻撃しろ。
And it says to use wrecking balls to attack the enemy.
OK、倒した。
We defeated him.
違いますね。
Or not.
まだありますね。
Actually, we're not done yet here.
敵は今大木槌を読みました。
So it called some hammer hoods.
魔法の玉で今白石さんは倒そうとしてますね。
And Mr. Shirashi is trying to
うまいですね。
attack them with some more wrecking balls right now. That
さ
was
す
a
が
good job.
おうおう
お
でかいでかい。おどこ間に合う間に合う
Will he make it?
間に合う
やばい
間に合うの間に合うの
やばいやばいやばい
Is he
ビバリーヒルズの映画
ちょっと遠いなちょっと遠いな
It's a little.
Oh!
he didn't make it.
Oh, Mao.
Wow.
Mao.
I'd never hire Shirai-san for guarding my house anymore.
おお、あ、横向きに置いても OK なんです
It
ね。
actually works even if you place it sideways.
OK もうコツをつかみました。
大丈夫ですか
I think I've got this now.
So you say.
さすがスクエアニックスで一番うまい白石さんですね。
もう大丈夫
And
です
Mr. Shirashi is the best player in Square Enix, after all.
西はちょっと建物がボロボロですけど。
Yeah, the town is looking kind of wrecked right now, though.
いやもうコツを使ったので大丈夫ですよ
I
余裕で
think
す
I'm good now. I think I've got this.
OK
頑張れ頑張れ頑張れ頑張れ
ちょっと邪魔
頑張れ頑張れ
邪魔です邪魔です
頑張れ頑張れスライムが応援しますね
The slime is
頑張れ頑
cheering
張れ
you on.
頑張れ頑張れ
あ
あおおおミスったミスったミスったミスった間に合う間に合う
か
あお間に合った
ちょっと邪魔しないでくださいよ
Don't get in my way.
これでこれでまたね
あ敵が今度多いですよ
Oh,
大
there's
丈夫ですか
more
大丈
of
夫ですか
them
モ
now.
ンスターがこう出てくるんですよ
お
お
お
no!
爆風自分で爆弾置いてそれを爆風食らったって感じ
He
です
put
ね
the bomb down himself,
Oh
and then he got.
Right. Well, that was quite close. I hope. I
本当に
hope that was close. Shirai-san, you're meant to be the best player of Dragon Quest Builders in Square Enix, and that was the entire reason you actually brought here. Could you tell us how exactly you feel right now, honestly?
いやちょっと信じられないないやちょっと誰かに妨害された気分ですね本当に
スライムに
いやいやいや誰が悪いとはちょっと言いたくないんですけどはい
That was
まあ
unbelievable. I think I've been sabotaged by someone, although I don't like to point fingers.
Don't worry Let's
build
何ですかこのレッツビルド
レッツビルドって何ですかね
まあゴーレムと対戦するにはちょっと早かったかもしれません
It might have been too soon to get into that battle with the golem.
はいまあここでちょっとねシーンをねちょっと変えてまた違う部分をねお見せしたいと思います
We're gonna change the scenery a bit again and take us to a new area.
はいものづくりバトル以外でさらに楽しいものをお見せしたいなと思います
So we'd like to show you something other than the battles and crafting. That's another fun part about this game.
Okay, so I mean, let's keep calm and carry on, shall we?
Okay.
So we've seen some town building, we've seen some item crafting by combining ingredients, and we've seen some story-led NPC interactions, and also a massively, epically failed boss battle. So, Fujinori-san, what else can we expect now?
はいシーンをねちょっと変えて新しい、陸地新しいステージへ今から行ってみましょう
We're going to change the scene and take us to a new continent, which is a new stage essentially.
ドラゴンクエストビルダーズのゲームプレイの多様さがさらに広がった部分をお見せしたいなと思います
You can really see the diverse gameplay that's available in Dragon Quest Builders.
Okay, that sounds good. Can we trust you to take us there properly, Shirai-san?
はいそうですねちょっと待ってもらっていいですかもう少し遠くで
今ですね、白石さん先ほどまさか死ぬとは思ってなくて敵にね大木槌にやられてしまいましたけどもそこで今結構テンパってしまいました、
はいでは早速マイラという世界に行きたいと思いますんで
So I think Mr. Shirashi has recovered now from the shock of being defeated earlier.
はい
Going to this new continent called Cole.
はいこのステージは、いろんなトラップ、を自分で作ってそれを駆使して敵を倒しながら街を復活させていくっていうステージです
So in this continent, in this stage actually, you're going to be creating a lot of traps and using all of that, customizing that to defeat enemies.
で今ね街にレールが敷かれてますけどもこれは自分でレールを敷きました
So right now there's, as you can see, there's tracks that's been laid out in the town. That's something that either player can lay out however you like.
こうやってこのトロッコを使って高速移動ができるんですね
You use this minecart to just zoom past everything on these tracks.
ちなみにこれで敵にぶつかると敵は吹き飛ばされます。
And when you actually bump into an enemy with this, the enemy will be blown away.
なんか尖ってますもんね。
そうですね。なんか
It
先っぽ
does
が
have kind of a pointy thing on the end of it.
あとはここはですね、大砲っていうのがありまして、この大砲、大砲があります。
Also use cannons in this stage.
で大砲どういうものかお見せしたいと思
I'd
い
like to
ます。
show you a little bit of what they can do here.
はい。このように壁とかを壊すことができるんです
So
ね。
as you can see, you can break walls with them like this.
無制限で弾を撃てますからね、こうやって。
And you can just shoot as many cannonballs as you'd like.
これちなみに敵も倒すことができます。
And you can also attack
はい
enemies with this too.
白石さんは100発100中で敵に当てられるんですよ。
Mr. Shiraishi has a 100% rate of hitting enemies with this
奥
thing.
のうさぎさん行きましょう
What
か、
about that little bunny in the far end?
いきますよ。
はい。
ちょっと手前でしたね。はい。
That was a little close.
おー。
OK。
おお。
危ない危ない危ない。
うさぎが突っ込んできましたね。
The bunny is attacking us.
実はね、こうやってねブロックを置いて敵がそのブロックに突っ込んでくるんですね。
You can actually do things like placing blocks and then kind of luring the enemy to run into the blocks.
あとはね、ちょっと先ほどね、トロ今線路がねなんか敷かれてますけども、これも実は僕が敷きました。
And as you can see these tracks right here, this is something I laid out as well.
これねフィールド結構広いので、こうやってレールを敷くことで高速移動ができるんですね。
The field is pretty huge, so by putting these tracks down, you can kind of travel speedily across.
でもレール引くのに時間かかりますね。
結構
But
レール
it
後ろに時間
does
かかり
take
ま
a
した。
while to put down these actual tracks, though.
で、なんか奥にねボストロールがいますけども、
Oh, and there's a troll back there.
ボストロールちょっと倒しに行きましょうかね。
Let's go defeat that guy.
普通に行くと負けるんで、ここにあるなんか赤いボタンの上にちょっと乗ってもらえます
If
か
I
ね。
just go as is, I don't think I have a chance, but let's try out this red button right here and see what it
これ
does.
本当に大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫ですねこれ。
Are you sure this is gonna work?
危なくないですか上からは？
これ上からトロールを倒すと結構簡単に倒せ
If
ると
you
思います。
attack the troll from above, it'll be pretty easy.
え？
What?
やられちゃいましたよ。
I don't think we
全然
got
安
it.
心じゃないじゃないですか。
That wasn't a good method at all.
ボストロールはやっぱ強いですね。はい。
Boss troll is, he's really tough,
これ
actually.
藤則さんが用意したトラップでしょ。
そうです
That's
ね
a-。
トラップですねこれ
A
が。
trap that you set up, wasn't it?
はい。
いやいや危ない。
まあここはこういうトラップがあったりとか、他にはですね、村人を連れて仲間キャラとして一緒に冒険に連れていくことができます。
So you can set up traps here, as you just saw, and you can also make these townspeople part of your party and take them along with your adventure.
もうね、どうせならこの、ボディービルダーズ3人連れていきましょうかね。
Let's just take 3 of these bodybuilders. Why not?
強そうですね。
は
They
い。
look
もう
pretty strong.
ドラゴンクエストボディービルダーズ。
Dragon Quest bodybuilders. Here we go.
というタイトルではないですね。
That is not the title of this game.
これで今から実はこうクエストがありまして、このボディービルダーズにとある女性を助けに行ってほしいと、敵の後ろに捕まっているとある女性を助けに行ってほしいっていうふうに依頼を受けております。
So there's actually a quest going on right now. These bodybuilders would like you to go rescue a certain lady that has been captured by the enemy.
これちゃんと戦ってくれるんですよこいつらも。
そうなんですよね。
And they all participate in fighting as well.
強い。
Pretty strong.
で敵の今から城の方にね、乗り込んでいきますね。
So we're going to invade the enemy castle right now.
でこういう壁は大砲を使ってね、いきましょうか。
And we can use the cannon to break down these
Oh.
sorts of walls.
よし。
まあハンマーで壊すこともできま
And
す
you
ね。
can
はい
obviously break them down with hammers.
やばいやばいやばい。ゴーレムストーンマン
仲間のねボディビルダーズたちが戦ってくれます。
And your party members, the bodybuilders, will actually fight for you.
後ろから倒してもらう。大砲はクエストで必要なんで持っていかないといけないですけど。
The cannons are definitely a must-have item on quests, so you should take them with you.
やっぱ4人いると倒しやすいですね。
Intense battle going on.
こういうところはね、実はね、倒さなくてもいいです。関所を守ってる敵もいますけども、もう無視してどんどん先に進むこともできます。
So you actually don't have to defeat all of the enemies here.
ここも歩いていきましょうかね。
You can ignore them and just walk across. Oh, that was kind of hot.
こういう時は自分でルートを作っていけばいいですね。
So in cases like these, you can create your own path to get across.
仲間をね、戦ってる間に自分だけ逃げていくっていうこともできます。
So while your party members are fighting, you can go off on your own.
でここ今敵の城に乗り込みました。
So now we're inside the enemy's castle.
結構ね敵の城の中でモンスターがたくさんいるんで駆け抜けてもいいですし一匹ずつ倒していってもいいのかな。
So there's a lot of monsters in here. You can just run past them all, or you can go up to them and defeat every single one of them.
ところどころにちょっとしたこういった宝箱が置いてあったりするんですよ。
And there's little treasure boxes placed here and there as well. If you go in and really explore further.
じゃあね、とある女性を今から探しに行こうと思います。
Let's go look for that certain lady that we need to rescue.
で、オプションボタンをちょっと押してもらえますかね。Q マークがついているところに行けば目的地です。
So where you see the Q symbol, that's where your goal is for this quest.
なので、結構ね、フィールドは広いんですけども、迷わないようにはなっております。
So the fields are pretty expansive, but we've made it so that you won't get lost in them.
目的地に近づいてきましたね。
ここが目的地ですね。
So this is our goal here.
お。
じゃあ早速救出しましょう。
救出しましょうかね。
Alright, let's rescue her.
壁を大砲で壊しました。
Break the wall with the cannon.
バーベラというらしいですよ。
She's named Barbara, apparently.
で本来はドラゴンクエストだとこういう敵も倒さないとダメだと思うんですけども、このゲームは別に倒さなくとも逃げることできます。
逃げよう逃げよう。
So in other Dragon Quest games, you might have to stop and actually defeat these enemies to get out of here, but in this game, you can actually just run past them.
クエスト自体はね、女性を助けて助けろという話なんで、女性を助けただけで OK です。
The objective of the mission is to rescue this lady, so once you have that, you're free to go.
Okay, so I mean, I think this new continent, Cole, showed us something very different to what we saw initially, Cantlin. But what was common was that it was so, although the gameplay is very different, it really still had this feeling that it's a Dragon Quest game, Fujinori-san.
はい、すべてね、ドラクエのこう世界ならっていう構想はしっかりしている中で、いろいろと新しいコンセプトや、アイデアを組み込んでいますので、その目新しく感じるかとは思います。
Yes, so although we've put all these new ideas and concepts into the game, everything is translated into the Dragon Quest world. So everything will have a fresh feeling for you.
Okay, well, you know, that was pretty eventful. We'd had a couple of deaths and other fun things happen. And I think we saw a lot of versatility and flexibility in the whole gameplay. But I think we haven't got much time left, although we want to show off more. So I think Shiraishi-san has a little something to show us today. So could you show us something, Shiraishi-san?
はい、そうなんです。今日はですね、日本ではもうすでに発売してるんですけども、日本のユーザーが作った、建物というものをちょっと持ってきました。
So I brought some images of buildings that fans in Japan have actually built today to show everyone.
なので欧米の皆さんにもビルダーズではどんなことができるのかというヒントになればなと思っています。
So hopefully this is some inspiration for Western fans on what kind of things they can create within the Dragon Quest Builders world.
で、今映っているこの写真なんですけれども、これ実は最初にステージで紹介したメルキド編というステージと同じものですね。
あれですね、真央さんのビバリーヒルズ 街
So
ですね。
what we have on screen right now is actually the same area that we showed earlier where Mao's Beverly Hills mansion was located, the Cantlin continent.
あれと比べても相当作り込まれているのがわかると思うんですけれども、
So as you can see, they've really put a lot into building this
なんか
town.
スライムの池みたいなのありますね。
Looks like there's like a slime pond down there.
そうです。水を引いてきて綺麗にこう橋も架けたりしてますね。
Well, they have some water in here and have some nice little bridges too.
なんか奥の白なんていうか村の村長さんが住んでそうな家がすごい気になりますね。
It looks like there's a house in the back where
右
the
の方。
head
これ
of
だ。
the town
は
might
い、
be
次。
living.
そうですね。これまさになんかこの町のなんか主の家って感じですよね。
And it seems like the big head honcho of this town might be living in this house.
さっきのボス戦で使ったメルキドシールドもうまくオブジェクトとして使ってますね。
And if you might recognize the Cantlin shields that we had used earlier in the boss battles, they're actually used here as material for the building.
でさらに次がこれは本作でも、敵として出てくる竜王をモチーフにした建物ですね。
And this is a building that's based on the Dragon Lord, which is also a character that appears in this game.
そうですね。はい。でこれがドラゴンクエストが今年30周年なんですけれども、それを記念してユーザーがお祝いをしてくれた作品です。
And this is since it's the 30th anniversary of Dragon Quest this year. One of the fans created something to commemorate that.
歴代シリーズの勇者たちがここに記されています。
You can see all the heroes from the past Dragon Quest titles right here.
この辺も発売されれば、もっとすごいものが欧米の皆さん作ってくれるんじゃないかなと期待しています。
So we're really looking forward to what amazing things that Western fans might be able to create once the game is
なので
released.
そこで
in
も、
the US.
コンテストなんかはしたいですね。いろんなカテゴリーで。
はい。
So yeah, it would be great to do contests and things like that as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
ドラゴンクエストビルダーズは本当によくできたゲームでして、はい。スクエニの我々も、最高のものをお届けすべく、かなり頑張って作りました。
The Dragon Quest Builders really is a great game, and all of us at Square Enix are working really hard to deliver this to you in the highest condition.
もう少しねお待たせすることになりますが、発売の暁には、我々が作りながら楽しんだ以上に、プレイしてもらって楽しんでもらいたいなと思っております。
We have a little ways to go before it's finished, but I'm certain you'll enjoy playing it as much as we did making it.
そうそう最後に忘れてたんですけど重大発表があるの忘れてました。
Oh,
はい
and I almost forgot about this important announcement we have.
画面をね、ちょっと見ていただきたいなと思います。
Please keep looking at the screen, guys.
芝居くせえな。
はい、発売日が最終決定いたしました。
So here
Yep.
are the confirmed release dates.
Let's build! 北米の皆さんは、10月11日に、欧州の皆さんは10月14日に発売いたします。
So October the 11th in North America and October the 14th in Europe.
いや、言えた。
Well, so we finally have the release dates, everyone. So we've already announced this title for the West last month, and we already have the release dates. That's quite unusual for us in a very good way. So if you haven't pre-ordered this yet, please do so while you have the chance. And unfortunately, this is all we have time for today, ladies and gentlemen. But I think we hope you've enjoyed the show and are excited to be able to play this game as much as we are in preparing this. So October, Dragon Quest Builders, thank you for watching Square Enix Presents, and see you soon. Bye.
Let's build!
ポーズが決まってない。
ポーズがバラバラでしたね。
Hi guys, my name is Raymond So. I'm the product marketing manager at Square Enix, and today we have a special guest, Tommaso, all the way from Italy.
Hi guys, it's a big pleasure to be here talking about Valentino Rossi game.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Valentino Rossi, the game. This game comes out July 26th, next month. Before we begin, we have a trailer to show off, just to kind of give you a preview of the game.
Peggy 3.
All right, so we just saw that trailer. Obviously, there was a lot of content we just saw. Valentino Rossi, the game. You know, you guys build it. We build it as the most complete MotoGP game experience ever.
Yes.
But we saw in the trailer, there's cars, there's dirt track racing. So can you tell us a little bit more of what?
Yeah, the game is about MotoGP Championship and it's fueled by Valentino Rossi. And Valentino Rossi has the opportunity to train himself, making other disciplines apart from the MotoGP. So he has got his own riding school, and to get the rider to be most complete as ever, he used to train them with the flat track, with the rally and the drifting car. So this game is really huge. I mean, it's not just about the MotoGP, it's not just about the historical MotoGP, but it's also about the Valentino Rossi career and the Valentino Rossi world. And the Valentino Rossi world includes also cars.
So for the viewers who don't know who Valentino Rossi is, he is the 9-time world champion of MotoGP circuit. Like, basically like the Kobe Bryant of, Grand Prix motorcycle sport. So I know we have a live demo that you're going to show off.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I mean, I would like to show you the game because the game itself, it's the better way to explain this product. So just to let you understand how big is the game, if we go through the menu of the game, we can find the career, the MotoGP world, and then Valentino Rossi world. To give you an idea of how big it is, if we get inside the MotoGP world, we can have a single Grand Prix or a championship, a full championship. And if we look after a single Grand Prix, we can choose between the 2016 season for the MotoGP, Moto2, and Moto3 categories. But you have also the 2015 MotoGP season. You have the historical 4-stroke bike. You have the 500 2-stroke bikes. You have the 250 and 125 bikes. So this is just for the MotoGP world, and this includes a lot of race. If you go back to the menu and we'll go through the Valentino Rossi world, we can find out how we can play in the Valentino Rossi world through the flat track, through the rally, to the drifting or testing the Yamaha R1 bike. And this is how Valentino train you in the game, and this is how Valentino train his rider in the real life. But you can see that the game is not just this particular area. We have also the Rossi experience, and you can relive all the Rossi life and sports life, 20 years of events. You can challenge him against the clock. And you will also a Rossipedia. It's like a Wikipedia of Valentino Rossi to know everything about him. Of course, you can have also the time attack in all the categories. You have the multiplayer online or locally on split screen, and you have your own pages for your own career. I think that this show how big is the game, and this is explain how this game requests over 50 hours of gameplay to be completed. So I think that for motorsports products, no other products are such big and this big.
Yeah, it looks like whether you're a fan of motorcycles or not, I mean, there's a little bit of everything. Something anyone can enjoy.
Yeah, I think we can explore one race. For example, we can make a Grand Prix. We are in US now, so we can go to Austin. I think in the 2016 season. So of course we will choose Valentino Rossi. And as you can see, we have all the 18 tracks live and going to Austin, the US. The important thing is that you can see that in the race options you can really customize every single side and not to be the game frustrating. So you can really make everything switch to your riding style, and that's the most important stuff of the game, because you can really have fun. Of course, you can also choose your riding aids. For example, you can join the brakes, you can have a steering help. I don't like auto brakes. I like the automatic gears and so on. So every time you play, you can customize. Every single race can be fit to your exactly needs.
So you're saying you're already pretty good. All the modes are off, so I'm assuming you're pretty pro.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a pick up and play game. It's not. It's a simulator game, but not to be frustrating. You can really have all the support you need to have a very, very fun gameplay. But if you need to be more precise and close to the reality, you can really get this product very, very close to the real life.
Okay. So let's take a look at it. So this is the MotoGP Grand Prix. Looks like we're at the Circuit of Americas.
Yeah. And just to give you an idea, we are working on a satellite technology to reproduce as it is every single race. And our graph department, of course, work also on all the environments of the races. We have official commentaries, so everything is fully licensed and official. And going back to track in a very quick way, you see you have all the official riders that will ride against you. And you can see the animation also of the crowd, and you can see the animation of the riders. Before proceeding, just to show you with the free camera mode how precise is reproduce the bike and every single side of the bike. If we go down there, you can really see how precise is done, and every single screw has been reproduced by Milestone. So you can see that every single side, the exhaust system, every screw, the leather seems real, and the helmet, the plastic. So everything has been done as it is in real life, and that's the most important feature for a very passionate of MotoGP.
The game looks great. I mean, it looks true to life.
So you can choose between different point of view, of course. And here we go. So the behavior of the bike is very close to reality. And of course the AI, it's very competitive. You have to respect the braking lines. You have to be careful. Austin track is very tricky, especially in the first part. You have to control 250 bikes, so you have to take care of sliding, power sliding. You have to take care of the braking points. You have to take care of the other competitors, avoiding as much as possible, the contacts. It's tricky, but it's not frustrating, so it's pure fun. The gameplay is really huge, and it requires a little bit of concentration, but not to be frustrating. You have also a rewind section. I mean, if you crash, you can rewind the action. Just to show you now, I can go down before the crash and try to avoid the mistake I did. So I can go back from the action and avoiding the mistake. And this is very important because, for example, if you are at the very last lap, you cannot really make any mistake.
Right.
Or if you have to restart again the race, that it's very frustrating. So we help you with this kind of stuff. So Austin is very tricky. Now you have a very long line, and I can show you also this view. This is very nice view because you are really live in action, and it's first-person view. You can see also the dashboard is animated, and it's very tricky to play this way, but the sensation is really huge. It's like riding a real MotoGP. You can see everything is shaking from the handlebars, and the lane angle of cornering is huge. You can have also the helmet view, and this is exactly how they feel. And you really are impressed by how this rider can ride at this level, this kind of bikes, at 300 kilometers an hour. Of course, the most easier way to play is third-person view, but we have some fans of the genre that requested us the first-person view. So this is MotoGP, and as you see, it's really as it is in reality. Very close to reality, not to be frustrating, very funny, and so the gameplay is something that can really support you for years and years of gameplay.
And the game looks really fantastic. How involved was Valentino Rossi himself in designing this game?
Well, actually, he followed every single step. Valentino Rossi himself, he's a gamer. He's a video gamer. He is a hardcore gamer. So he's very precise, suggesting us every single part of the game. For example, I will show you now the flat track. The flat track is where Valentino Rossi used to train himself, and for the flat track, he supported us in making the exact riding style of the flat track, and also he looked after the behavior of the bike, because flat track is a very particular style of riding. You have an off-road bike with standard tires, you have gravel, and it is used to practice in making the bike sliding inside the corner and outside the corners. So Valentino Rossi practiced himself, and he suggested us how was the best way to reproduce the flat track race. He was involved in every single part of the game, Also, the cars have been developed with him. So this game is really featured by him, and he supported us a lot.
Okay, so it's very true to life, very authentic. Is this his Rossi Ranch?
Yes, this is the Rossi Ranch. Is an area he bought for himself, and he created this arena, and it's the Valentino Rossi Academy. So he used to train young riders in this academy, and the gamer, the player, will be trained by Valentino Rossi in this area.
And I know he's usually doesn't invite people to check out his ranch personally, so this is actually your first taste.
Yeah, this is the very first time that a company can reach into the ranch. He's very jealous of this area and will reproduce on one-on-one basis. So this is exactly how Valentino Rossi Ranch is in the real life.
Great. So this is an exclusive look at the Rossi Ranch.
Yeah, exactly. And the flat track is completely different from MotoGP. So you have a lack of power, but you see, you have to slide inside the corner and going outside the corner sliding, and it's very physical. I mean, to overtake, you have to be a little bit rude against the other riders. So it's a very physical kind of riding style, very tricky. The gravel surface doesn't support you in having the proper line. So you have to calibrate your riding in every single corner, calibrating the accelerator not to go out the track, and calibrating the brake not to squeeze out. So it's very tricky, and it supports you really in controlling the bike, because if you are able to control these bikes sliding around, you will be able also to manage 250 horsepower of a MotoGP. And that's exactly how Valentino Rossi did. So for example, now I crashed because I squeezed out, and it's easy for me to come back and to come back and to avoid the error.
Yeah, if only we could do this in real life, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's quite easy. It's not easy to talk and play, but we try to do our best.
Yeah.
So you can just jump in and go straight in the action. So these bikes, as I told you, lack of power, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, I played this a couple weeks ago, and this is probably one of my favorite modes in the game, to be able to drift. You know, the feeling is completely different from the MotoGP section of the game, which is more, you know, gravel, tarmac.
Absolutely, yes. And if you can see with the free camera how we reproduce exactly also the dirt on the bike, you can see you have the dirt on the leather and the dirt on the bike, because it's you know, gravel and tarmac, and you see that the bike getting dirt the more and more the laps are going on and proceeding. So this is something that we like to have, because it's very close to reality. And as I told, this is very fun. This is very fun game playing. Absolutely, it's very tricky, very fun, and of course you can have also some tricks like wheels, for example. These bikes are used to make a lot of wheels, and it's very funny in terms of gameplay. And going back, I would like also to show the four wheels, because as we told, the Valentino Rossi is not just 2 wheels, it's also 4 wheels. He used to drive also rally cars. He was involved also in the official World Championship, so he's really, really good also. And we have in Italy the Monza Rally Show, that it's the best known show, international show ever, and he's a special guest. So in this case, we will have Valentino Rossi with a Monster Energy Fiesta WRC official car, very powerful car. So more than a standard rally, it's a sort of gymkhana, and it's based in the circuit of Monza. So the nice thing is that this gives a big variety of the gameplay. Gamers is invited to have a rally, so he can have a MotoGP race one Sunday, then Valentino invited for a flat track, then he's got another MotoGP race, then back to the rally, and this support a lot the lifespan of the product, and support a lot the pure fun of the game. Of course, it's a MotoGP game, but it's not just a MotoGP game.
It's more than that. So if you're not into motorcycles, you could at least, you know, try out the car, Mal, and see what, you know, what features you like most.
Absolutely, yes. So waiting for the loading time, we can proceed, and we have also the explanation of Valentino Rossi that is talking about the Monza Rally show, what's about, and this is very important because guessed how Valentino Rossi is close to the rally world and how complete he is in terms of motorsport fan enthusiast, because he's a biker, he's a rally driver, he's a drifter.
He does it all.
Yeah, he's really having fun, and it's nice also for the for the prom to have this explanation from Valentino Rossi himself. So the voice of Valentino is he likes to speak in English, so you will have a voiceover in English that is very nice for the US target and the US people. Cutting the presentation to go straight to the gameplay. Of course, also here you can change the point of view. I really like this one. So here you are driving a rally car. You have to use a handbrake to go slide out the corner. As you can see, it's a really gincana. It's a little bit tricky, but also here you can turn on all the aids you need. Rally action is really nice, and you have official support that guide you through the different kind of part of the circuit. So you have to avoid all the barrier and trying to get as fast as possible through the race. Also in this case you can use, of course, the rewind to come back to the mistake.
So for our viewers watching this, this rally mode or drift, is it based on technique or is it time?
No, it's based on time. Yeah. I mean, the technique is important to get the best time in the circuit, and you have to avoid mistake because they grab time. But to give you an idea of the reality of the game, if you get in the barrier, they will move as in reality.
Okay.
So it's not a fixed wall, and it's I mean, it's very funny also this gameplay. The car model is based on a gamepad control, so it's not tricky. You can easily control with the gamepad. You don't need a steering wheel. It's not compatible for a steering wheel, but you don't need it. It's enough a pad, and of course you can join the race from many point of views. So pure fun, and it reproduces as it is the rally world.
Looks great. All right.
So we can also have a look to the drift. That it's another part of the game. Also the drift is used by Valentino to train the driver to be more sensible to the driving. And in this case, Valentino Rossi uses an American car, has got a Mustang,
yep.
Yes. Rear wheel drive, very powerful, and in this stage for drifting, you are against the points. I mean, the more you drift, the more point you earn, and the more point you earn, the more you grow up in your career, and you become an expertise. You can win against the other. Sorry, so in this case we are in Misano circuit, and Misano's got a sand track area and a tarmac track area. The sound of the engine is the pure V8 American.
Yep,
I love
American
it,
muscle,
really love it. And also Valentino love a lot American cars, so the views are mainly the same of the rally. Also this one is very nice. So here you have to slide into the corner with your car and trying to slide out. You see the point, trying to slide out, controlling the drifting. And the more you drift, the more you earn points. So the tricky stuff is that you have the full control of the cars and making all the maneuver that are used to drift the car without losing control. Also in this case, as you can see from my gameplay, you can easily manage by the gamepad, so you don't need a steering wheel, and it's pure fun also this kind of gameplay, and give variety to the game. And I think it's based on a 2 or 3 laps session, and of course you don't need to go fast in time. You need to be more precise as possible and to earn points drifting the car the best you can. The more stylish you are with drifting, and the more points you earn. The more points you earn, the more experience you gain for your career. So also in this case, if you can see the model of the car, you can really see how precise it is in every single part, and how become dirt in the dust. So basically this is Valentino Rossi the game, and it's more than one game in one only product. So a really big value for money, a really big fun for the lifespan of the product. The last thing I would like to show you is that in the career you have an RPG system that includes your capability to grow. So you have to train a lot to have your value growing. So you can improve your career in two ways. Winning the races to improve the mechanical bike assigned to you, and also to improve your skills.
So you're in
so you can see rider skills here, and you have the braking experience that improve with training, rainability, throttle management, agility, cornering, body position, and physical condition. So you need to improve this kind of skills and the mechanical skills in getting the best bike to win the race. And this is an RPG connection, very important, never experienced in a motorsport game.
And this is really true to real life.
Yeah,
true to
exactly, exactly. Because the more you train, you're more precise. And then other nice thing is that we have a chat. You see on the right, you have all the riders of the MotoGP chatting with you, like happened, for example, on Twitter. So it's very similar. So the more you go on career, Valentino Rossi talk to you, the other guys invite you, and this involves the player a lot.
And you move your way to Moto3, Moto2, to MotoGP.
Exactly.
That's right. Well, we don't have a whole lot of time left, so that's a quick look at Valentino Rossi, the game. Again, I want to remind everyone, this July 26th is when it comes out here in North America.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tommaso, for coming.
It's been a huge pleasure, and trust me, this is a really nice game. It's pure fun, and as you notice, the graph department did a great job. The engine is solid, and this is really developed with 9-time world champions. So it's a game that every motorsport fan must have.
Yeah. So if you're a fan of motorsports, MotoGP, or in cars in general, check this game out. It comes out next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
everybody, and welcome back to our special E3 Starlog. I am Kiori Takasue, and I'm joined once again with Francis.
Hello, hello. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to what is actually going to be the final Starlog for Star Ocean.
It's our last one?
It's the last one.
Oh, no. Why is that?
Well, the game comes out very soon, so it wouldn't make sense to keep doing these afterwards. But yeah, this is the last one. Game comes out June 28th. Everyone will be able to experience everything that we've been talking about for the past few months, finally. So, yeah.
So June 28th in North America and July 1st in Europe.
Yeah.
So because it is our last Starlog, we have to make it very, very memorable, right?
Yes. How do we do that?
Well, we're going to give away some Star Ocean swag.
Okay. What do we got?
So first of all, we're giving away some lithographs. So we have 5 lithographs we're going to give on the show. It has amazing artwork. It's beautiful. And Eric So, or Sokun, will come out later to give that away.
Okay.
And for those who are not watching on Twitch, you can tweet at us with your favorite Star Ocean moment with the hashtag StarOceanE3, and we'll pick some winners.
And so how do they win again? Can you tell us how do they win the swag that we're going to give away?
So we have 2 methods. We have Eric So. He's going to pop on in later and give away some stuff on Twitch. And then for those who hashtag Star Ocean E3 with their favorite Star Ocean moment, we're going to have Kobayashi-san pick his favorite moments.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to start giving stuff away.
Yeah. So what are we? We're giving away this awesome lithograph featuring all the characters from the game. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Is it limited? Have we seen this artwork anywhere before?
No, actually we haven't. This is very limited. We're only making 100 of these, so these are very rare.
Did you number them?
No, they're not numbered, but they're very rare still. There's only 100, trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're giving 10 of these away. They're very limited. Make sure you stick around towards the end where we're going to do that. So, yeah.
All right. And then other than that, we are also giving away some e-codes. So these are strategy guide codes with our friends at Prima. So we will be giving out codes for strategy guides as well.
Gotta have that strategy guide. Make sure you get all the achievements, all the little items that you didn't get so that you wouldn't get otherwise. So.
Do you use strategy guides normally?
No, I like to. No, I don't. I like to. I'm the hardcore kind of guy. I like to find everything myself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like a surprise. But yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So let's talk about new content. What are we going to be showing today in terms of new content?
Yeah. So every Starlog we show something brand new, right? So we have a new piece of content for all the fans to see. And in our other Starlogs, we showed things like character spotlights, spotlighting all the characters up to the game until today will probably be the last one. We showed some, there's only one more, you know?
Do you know who it is?
I do, but it's a
Do they know
secret.
who it
I think they should, process of elimination, I think they know who it could be.
Okay.
But yeah, so we showed other things like Rasulia, which is the kingdom that a lot of things take place in, a lot of the story takes place in. We showed Traykur, which is like the enemy warring kingdom. Yeah. But for this particular one, I think we want to show a little bit more of the sci-fi aspect of the game. It's called Star Ocean, so I think it just makes sense to show, you know, what the spaceship looks like.
Well, usually when we do Starlogs in the office, we have that background, right? But we don't have it here today.
We don't.
So maybe we should show the trailer.
Yeah. To get in the feel of the moment, the feel of Star Ocean, I think we should show this new trailer for the spaceship.
What's the spaceship called?
Charles de Gaulle.
Charles de Gaulle. Roll it. So that was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Players will now be aboard the Charles de Gaulle.
The Charles de Gaulle, like
Uh-huh.
that background behind us in
Uh-huh.
the previous Starlogs, that was actually the Charles de Gaulle. So everyone got to see the inside of it and what it looks like and what it looks like when you're traveling through space.
Are you in the spaceship the whole time?
Not the whole time, but that is one of the main integral parts of the game that lets you travel through space.
So I love the spaceship, but what about characters? I want to know about that last character that we haven't heard about yet.
Yes, yes. So well, in every Starlog, we've been spotlighting every character, like I mentioned. And there's only one left, right? So we met our character Fidel, we met Miki, his childhood friend, we met Victor, the honorable soldier, Anne and Emerson as well. And there's only one left, so...
Is the spotlight going to come to life right here in our booth?
Yes, it's the final Starlog. You got to go big, so...
Something special and exclusive?
Yep, I think it's finally time to finish what we started for the first Starlog.
right.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Let's roll it.
What are you doing, Fidel?
Taking a walk.
Maybe I should come along too. I'll go with you.
Be my guest. Come on. I've got some stuff to ponder. I want to get my thoughts in order on this walk.
Me too. I'll order my thoughts around while I walk.
Perfect. Then let's be on our way.
Relia!
Huh? What's going on here? It's happening again. Our enemies stopped moving. So, what do you want to do? Go with you. But we're heading into the heart of battle. I'm okay.
That girl's got the guts of someone over 3 times her age.
Her courage isn't the issue here. I want to know more about me. I want to remember more. I know I can't do this alone. With your help, though, I know I can. Together, we'll set things right.
Wow. Together, we'll set things right, Kaori.
I hope so on our Starlog, our final Starlog.
Yeah.
So on all of our Starlogs, we collect all of the comments, we read them, and we talk about how we can get all the information out to you guys. And one of the things that we've been getting is the voice actors. Everybody's very curious about who voices what. So I think we have a special surprise for everybody today regarding voices.
It's just you're just getting everything today.
Everything?
Voices, character spotlights, trailers. Yeah. So it's final Starlog. Got to do it. Let's go.
Let's go where?
Let's go roll it.
Oh, new trailer.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tessa Netting, and I play Relia in Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness.
My name's Crispin Freeman, and I play the character of Victor Oakville. I know your skills are formidable, but do not let your guard down.
Like, what you see is what you get, and I think that Victor Oakville is a lot like that as well. He's not one for subterfuge. He's not the sort of scheming Machiavellian character. He tends to wear his heart on his sleeve.
My name is Eden Regal, and I play Miki Sylvester. She cares so deeply about the people in her life and the people that she meets. She sticks up for them. She's loyal. She's a lot of things that I would like to be, personally, and I enjoyed exploring that side of myself through her.
I play Emerson, and my name is Christopher Corey Smith. Emerson is a rogue. He is a hero, but he's also kind of an anti-hero. Sort of, kind of respects authority, but he also is going to do his own thing. He's going to utilize his own judgment. He's going to make his own calls. That was the best part, was seeing where he started and where I was able to take him.
My name is May Castle, and I play Fiore Brunelli.
Fiore Brunelli. You can just call me Fiore.
She is this amazing signaturge who has these magical powers. She is a bombshell. She knows exactly what she wants, and she's really into researching everything that she possibly can about magic and being an expert at the top of her game.
Keep that underlying principle in mind.
My name's Erica Luttrell, and I play Anne. I was intrigued by Anne because she's incredibly ethical, incredibly intelligent, and incredibly tough.
I'm Max Middleman. I play Fidel Camus. I teach swordsmanship in the village of Stahl. He's courageous, he's got humility. I think most importantly, he cares about the people around him and the people who are closest to him. That's what makes him such a three-dimensional character. I think this Star Ocean is in line with the compelling narratives that the other Star Ocean games had, and I'm looking forward to playing it myself.
It's a timeless story where these friends are helping each other, going on a journey and starting in one place and ending in another. And I think video games that tell stories are the best kind. It's more than just fighting or more than just playing. You're in this story and in this world and in this universe, and it's really special.
Outer space is so full of mystery.
I knew that was the only choice I could make.
Ethereal Blast!
Arcadia!
Divine Wrath!
Discoveries truly do await us around every corner.
That was great. Everyone, please help us welcome our very special guest, Tessa Netting.
Yay!
Yes.
Hi, guys!
She is the voice of Aurelia.
Thank you for
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah, is this your very first E3?
Yes, this is my first time here. It's so exciting. It's so cool. I'm just so excited to be here. I was playing the game earlier.
Yes, we played
it
the
was
game.
so fun, and I took the quiz and I got Aurelia.
She really did. We
I
will
did.
show you
You
a
did
picture.
cheat.
I
And you
did.
still got Aurelia.
She did.
Wow.
So
It was
it's
meant to be.
It was meant to be, and I'm just so excited to be here and to be a part of this game.
Thank you so much for taking the quiz. So she came by the booth. She played the game. She's actually pretty good.
I mean, it was fun.
I was very surprised. But we do have a Star Ocean quiz, and for those who haven't played it yet, it's on our Star Ocean Facebook page, so find out which character you are like most. But before we begin, for those that don't know you, do you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name is Tessa Netting. I am an actress and a YouTuber. Right now, I'm on a Disney Channel show called Bunked, where I play Hazel, and that's very fun. And my YouTube channel is called youtube.com/TessaRox, TessaRoxX, and I talk about all of the geeky things that I love, like Harry Potter.
Lovely. You are a busy lady. Thank you for coming all the way over here today.
Of course.
Yeah. So Tessa, as you might know, Star Ocean has a pretty large fan base.
Yes.
And we actually took to Facebook to kind of ask our fans what they wanted to ask you, because they know you're the voice of Aurelia, and they wanna get to know you more, so they want to ask you questions. So we took to Twitter and Facebook, and we took some questions from them, and we want to ask you them.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Let's do it.
So the first question, at Star Bridget asks, what was this experience like compared to film or theater?
Well, for theater, film, and voice acting, it's all about taking a character and bringing it to life. But in film and theater, you have your body to tell the story, not just your voice. But with video games especially, you really have to focus on making sure that your voice not only portrays like emotions, but also like movement and physicality that you can't really see, that you just have to portray. So it's kind of challenging, but it's really fun. And also, if you want, you can come in your pajamas.
What?
So you can
No. Yeah.
You can wear like whatever you want when you record,
Yeah.
so
I
it's
think
pretty fun.
that's so interesting, especially we saw that a little bit in the trailer where you you have to experience the magic of it while you're doing it, or else it wouldn't be believable.
Right,
You know?
right.
So,
The thing is, she's so animated. Like when you're seeing her, you can see her
Yeah.
like moving and jumping like little Aurelia, but then in her voice, she conveys all that through
Yeah.
like the visuals. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
next question.
Uh-huh.
James Potter, with two A's.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Oh, like
Ye-
Harry
Yeah,
Potter.
Harry Potter fan.
Uh-huh.
What is your favorite thing about your character?
That is so hard because I really do love Aurelia so much. But my favorite thing would probably have to be her connection and the love that she has for all of her friends, especially Fidel and Miki. They have a really special connection, and when I was voicing her, I really felt that, and I felt that was really special because it's just like that bond sort of holds the whole game together.
Yeah.
So
Wow, she's kind of like a main character of the story.
Yeah, it really is.
Everyone's
Yeah,
trying to
definitely.
like save
Like
me,
her.
protect me. So
Everyone,
cute.
look out for me. Yeah, her, Aurelia, Fidel, Miki, I'd say they're like the core nucleus
Right,
that makes
exactly.
up the new story for
Yes.
Star Ocean.
Right.
So yeah.
Exciting.
Next question. Do you want to take this
Okay.
one? Kiari?
Me? Okay. So at XPUKL6 asks, in what way do you relate to Aurelia?
Well,
'Cause
both.
You look older than you're 12, right?
Yes,
Right,
I'm not 12.
Okay, just
I'm older
checking.
than 12. I'm
Okay.
twice that. But
Okay.
but both me and Relia, we're both pretty small. We're very small, but we're mighty. So
Mighty.
Yes.
people underestimate us because of our size, and they think that we're very weak, but we're strong and powerful. So I feel like that's how I relate to her the most. People underestimate us, but then we come back and we show them that we can fight too.
Dynamite.
Yeah.
Small package, packing the heat. Cool.
Exactly.
So we have another question.
Yeah.
You want to take this one?
36TDR5 asks, how would you say this character shares your personality?
I think both Really and I, we can be very shy at first especially when we make new friends, but when we become friends with a person, then we really open up and we're very talkative and we ask a lot of questions and we can be a little annoying, but in like a cute, adorable way, I hope. So I really resonated with her with that sort of like shy at first, but then really opening up later.
So does that mean we're friends now? Because you've been pretty
Oh,
friendly
yeah.
with us and talkative.
No,
so
we're besties.
officially
Yeah.
besties.
I think we're all BFFs now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay, cool.
And so guys, I have to ask.
Mhm.
I've been watching all the previous Star Logs,
What?
and yes, I have. And one of the main things that you guys do is you share exclusive content. But since this is the last one, like, what else do you have to share?
Mr. Exclusive, do we have exclusives for her to
I
show?
mean, yes, we wouldn't be the last Starlog without more things to share, without a few surprises. I think it's awesome that you watch all the Starlogs
Thank
first.
you.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
But yeah,
you look
they're
nervous on there?
Oh no,
On the
you guys
Starlogs?
are great. You guys are great.
Mm.
We're besties.
Oh, okay.
We're besties, guys.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
So yes, there are a few surprises left, and I just think with you being here and like the gravity of the character you play, I think it would just be an honor for us to have you
Present
announce.
it?
Yeah, present the next trailer.
Oh, I would love to. I would love
Okay.
to. So, for every fan of the series, old and new, I hope you all enjoy the launch trailer for Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness.
My whole world's changed.
Can something so wondrous exist here?
You've seen firsthand how persistent those reprobates can be. Really is so significant to them that they're willing to go through all of this for her.
Now get that loser kid to surrender Relia to us! That all you can muster? Get out of my way, you worthless cretin!
Fidel! So many were killed. Here on out, I won't allow any people to hurt you.
I should say that, not you.
It's okay. I'm tired of this.
I promised that I'd protect you. If you left me behind, I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
Surely you understand the consequences of this.
What would you do in my shoes? If it meant possibly throwing everything away and never coming home?
You will return victorious.
Let's go.
Lead the way, my brethren of the blade.
Right? The stars await you all. Thank you, Tessa, for doing the honors. That was great.
Yeah. And second, I wanted to ask, did you like the trailer? What did you think of it?
Yes, I loved it. The build-up was so intense and so
your
perfect.
backpack?
It's the music,
little
right?
backpack?
So
So cute.
cute.
We'll
Oh,
have to
she's
make
so
one.
cute. Oh,
Yeah.
I love a backpack.
She's very
I think the build-up is also about the music. I don't think it's been said enough, but Motoi Sakuraba is the composer for it, and he just, you hear it in every trailer. His music is really awesome, and it just creates that sense of it just creates a better ambience to the trailers that you wouldn't get anywhere else. So
Right.
yeah.
And you can also really see the relationship between Relia and Fidel
Yeah.
and Miki. That sort of that core nucleus that we were talking about. That friendship that really drives the whole story. It's so important. And as a voice actress, it was really challenging to do that, but it was fun.
You did a good job. We didn't talk about the villains, but I think we saw a villain in there, right? The main villain for the first time.
Yes.
Can
We
we
did.
bring a shot of?
Yeah, we did catch a glimpse of General Alma, who is the main villain of the story. And look at him; he just looks. His face just screams evil. I think, right?
Yeah. What can you tell us about General Alma? I know nothing of him right now.
Yeah, so General Alma, he's obviously he just looks evil, but also he's after Aurelia, as you saw from the trailer. But I think what you don't really see about him or hear about him is that he's a very ambitious person, and that comes into play when for the reason why he's after Aurelia and things like that. So.
Yeah, and you can also see, by the way that he talks to our heroes, that he just thinks that he's better than them. He thinks that he's above them all.
Yeah, he's really bad news, and our heroes will definitely be tested. The trailer does touch upon a few of the main themes of the game, and sacrifice is definitely one of them. Relia, you do say in the trailer that your whole world has changed, and Fiora does mention in there that she's never going to be able to come home. And Miki mentions that people are dying, and there are many things along that subject that you'll encounter while you're playing the game, so everybody is going to pretty much be tested.
Yeah. I don't believe I'm actually about to say this, but it's almost time to wrap everything up for the final Starlog. And it just feels so. Tessa just joined us. She could have been for Starlog 5.
It's been a good run, a long run, a good one.
Yeah.
So 7 years since the last Star Ocean, right? And I'm really excited for this new era to start. And there's so much potential with this game. I really am excited that Kobayashi-san contributed to all of this reboot, and Akimon as well as an artist. Sakuraba-san, as you mentioned, with Triace went all out, and I just want to thank the development team for all of their hard work.
Yeah.
And for me, as a voice actress, having a character like Relia, who the audience can really connect to and grow with, it was so important to me to make sure that she was done right. So being able to portray a character like her, it was such an honor. It was just to be a part of this franchise. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm so lucky that I got to be a part of it.
Right? Yeah. To echo what you said, for me, it's really about the 20th anniversary of Star Ocean.
Right.
It's this year, and it just made sense to make a new Star Ocean game for fans of the game.
Yeah.
They've been waiting 7 years, like you said, and I've been reading everything, I read all the comments on the Facebook page, all the Twitter comments on the Facebook page to see what you're all talking about and what you want and what you want to hear about, and it's just been really a positive vibe from everybody. They're excited for a new Star Ocean game. And I just want to echo that we're all excited here too. That's why we bring you these shows, to make sure that you're informed and keep you hyped up, because the game is worth it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. That being said, I think it would not be a final Starlog without one last surprise to share with y'all. Yeah. So, that being said, that's what we're all about. So. On top of that, we asked one of the most asked questions for the past week, past couple of months has been, when can I pre-order this on PSN?
Right. Digital?
Digital. Yes.
Is
When
it
can we all order this on PSN, and what do we get from it? And the answer is today.
Right now?
Right now. If you log into your PSN, you can go on PSN and pre-order the game.
And what do you get when they pre-order? Do they get anything special?
Yes, they do. They get very special things. You can get everything from the Day 1 edition. So that's all the DLC from the Day 1 edition. It's 7 pieces of DLC.
Even the bushy broom?
Even the bushy broom.
That's
yes.
a cute character.
Yes. That's a little character on your little backpack.
On your backpack.
Oh, so cute. And I have one last thing to add. In addition to all of that, the players who pre-order will also receive this dynamic theme.
A dynamic theme?
So who does it feature? Oh, there's Fidel.
Ooh, Fidel.
He's in Rasulia.
Rasulia?
Wow. And you can see like you can see his little hair flapping in the wind.
His little hair flapping.
His hair's flapping in the wind. Sorry. Oh, and there's Miki.
There's a
she's in
windmill
stall.
spinning.
Yeah. And she's like waving. She's about to cast a spell on you guys.
Oh.
She's cool.
Yeah.
I love Miki.
Miki in that stall. That's her
She's
hometown.
like big sister mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And
there
they're-
we are in the Charles
Really?
D. Gold.
Tessa, you're in space.
You're in space.
Tessa's in space.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
She's cool.
She's very
Yeah.
cute.
So you can pre-order now. You can get that theme. You can get all the DLC, and you can all do that today. So
amazing.
one last surprise for everybody. Yeah.
And
what else
before
is
we
there to
sign
say?
off, I want Eric
Yeah.
Mr. Iso right here.
Yeah, he's been
to
here.
do like one quick giveaway before we're off air.
Yep.
Hi guys, I'm just doing a cameo for today. So as some of you in chat have noticed, we've started the raffle. So all you need to do is type exclamation mark raffle within chat, and we'll be announcing the winners real
Of
soon.
lithographs and
Of the lithographs.
the
And
strategy
we have
guide.
the collector's edition strategy guide.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So make sure you get that strategy guide to help you beat the game. And the lithographs they're very limited, so make sure you enter.
He said there's only 100, and he promises that. So I'm going to check his desk on Monday. If he's lying, I'm going to send them to you all.
I think
huh?
that is going to do it.
Thank you so much, Tessa.
Wow.
That was so much fun.
Thank you so
guys.
much for having me.
Tessa, thank you for joining us. It was
Yeah,
awesome.
it was so much fun.
Yeah. That being said,
We're
signing off. Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 0-point dynamo means energy for all. Limitless and free. Limitless and free.
Looks like you found some trouble. All right, who needs killing first? Go get him, girl.
Bullets. I'll ask Jen. Your pathetic resistance is amusing. But I have better things to do.
Ahoy, motherfuckers!
You want this orb so much. Well then, you can have it.
Bubby! Any word from the studio? Actually, Maury, let me call you back. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, gotta take this. Yo, stunt double.
Shit, man, where were you?
Seriously, Babylon got away.
Guys, you worry too much. The sequel just got greenlit.
Miss Brimstone, your so-called specialists just tore up downtown Seoul. We're paying you to raise an army of agents, not a street gang.
If you are getting cold feet, then go beg someone else to save the world from Legion. Otherwise, just sign the checks and shut up. A street gang? Hardly.
Hello, Square Enix Presents, and welcome to us talking about Agents of Mayhem. I'm Will Powers from Deep Silver, and I'm here with Anoop Shaker, the project design director from Deep Silver Volition. What the heck did we just watch? That was less of a trailer and more of like a featurette.
Yeah, I mean, we really felt like we needed to show people something to tell everybody about this new world that we've created and really give a sense of what we think is something that's so exciting.
So it is a brand new world. It's one of the things that we've been letting people know, because there's a lot of a lot of things that are reminiscent, obviously, of Saints Row, which is a past franchise that Deep Silver's obviously, or Deep Silver and Volition are pretty synonymous with. So this is a new world. Explain how this fits into Volition and Saints Row.
Yeah, it's definitely a new world and new characters, new environment. But really, it's still part of the larger Saints universe, and you'll see a lot of references and callbacks throughout the game. You even see some in the trailer there, especially with the fleur at the end. But for us, it's taking a lot of those elements and giving us something new.
Very cool. So it's actually a brand new IP within the larger Saints universe.
Yes. Yeah.
And we just unveiled it for the first time next week. And today is actually the first time we're unveiling gameplay for the very first time. It's playable here at E3 within the Deep Silver booth.
Yes.
So what makes Agents of Mayhem so special? What sets it apart for other games that you guys have done?
I mean, for us, it starts with the agents. Okay. The agents are the key. We've shown you 4 different agents now with the gameplay that we released. And the idea is you're commanding a squad of 3 of them at a time, and you take them out into the city of Seoul. That's where the game takes place. And you can swap between them at will using the D-pad and basically whatever agent you think is going to best fit the situation. The cool thing about the agents is they're all unique. They have their own personalities, their own abilities, and they synergize differently with each other. So you're trying to basically find the combination that works well for your gameplay style as well as the ones that are just your personal favorites.
So there's not necessarily like a winning formula, right? There's it's based on personal preference.
Yeah, it's definitely personal preference. It's also sometimes what you think you're going to be going up against. So you'll say, oh, you know what, I'm going to take this guy because I think we're going to hit a lot of what we call swarm troopers that come in close. So let's take Hardtack because he's got the shotgun that can take care of them really easily.
So if there were one thing that would identify as what makes agents different, what makes it stand out, what makes it so freaking cool? Because personally, the art style for me is very iconic. It's stylized. It's something that is something in and of itself. But what for you makes Agents of Mayhem Agents of Mayhem?
For me, it's the art style for sure. I mean, it's got its own look. No, I don't think there's any other game that's quite like that. It's a lot of fun. We don't have to be super realistic, but it's not so out there that you can't identify with those characters. And then being able to do the agent switching, that's for me is just awesome. Like I love being able to take Hollywood or the face of Mayhem and have him take out a bunch of guys, use his stun grenade that flashes with paparazzi flashing to take out guys, and then switch over to Fortune, use her cannonball ability, slow them down, and run circles around them.
Cool. So we talked a little bit about personality. We've revealed 4 out of the 12 agents that are going to be available day 1 for Agents of Mayhem. Each of them has a really iconic personality, and it's a lot deeper than just their VO lines. It has to do with their play style. It has to do with everything. So let's talk about Hollywood, the face of Mayhem.
Yep.
He's his name's Rod Stone. He has tell me his background.
So he was a former reality TV star.
Okay.
There was a little accident on one of the sets. There was a death involved. He had to get out of it. So he's not sure what to do. Luckily, his agent finds out, hey, there's this a woman, Persephone. She's recruiting for an agency called Mayhem. You're good with a gun. Maybe you should do this and how to get out from under that. So he joins it, not for necessarily altruistic reasons. It's pretty selfish, but he's definitely more than competent and more than capable of dealing with it.
So that plays into his abilities. There's one of his abilities is called the red carpet bomb because he's obviously from Hollywood. He has a razzle dazzle grenade. That's just everything about him screams and talks about his backstory, talks about everything.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's best exemplified with his Mayhem ability.
Okay.
Where basically you hit the button and explosion starts going off in the background all over. Or he takes a pair of sunglasses, throws them on, and then he's almost like in a super mode. He can fire without reloading his magazine. He can take lots of damage, and he just runs around basically decimating the enemy.
So that's something that you guys have carried over from previous games you worked on. Obviously, that kind of Volition special sauce that you talk about that really makes your games iconic, makes them Volition games. Talk about how Agents of Mayhem is over the top a little bit.
basically, part of it was the art style. You see a lot of the colorful, vibrant characters, particularly with the agents. The city of Seoul itself is very vibrant, and then it goes to the abilities that they have. A lot of them have Hollywood's got that mayhem ability, and Fortune has her cannonball ability. It has this big effect. Hardtack has this harpoon that he basically can throw out, bring enemies back in and take them out very quickly, and it's a teleportation thing. So we're breaking the rules of reality, which is something that Saints Row has done. Additionally, when it comes to the characters, the stakes of the game are real. Like the Seoul and the rest of the world are in danger from Legion, our enemy presence, but they don't necessarily take themselves seriously. They know they have a job to do, and they do that, but they're always making fun of each other or the situation at hand. It's got a lot of like comic book, sort of Marvel Cinematic Universe vibe to it.
Very cool. So we talked about a larger plot, this Mayhem versus Legion. So essentially, it's Mayhem, which is this global organization of super agents that have been created to stop Legion, which is another global threat against the world of a Legion, a cabal of super villains.
Right.
So that's all obviously the larger encompassing plot, and within this, this game, Agents Mayhem, takes place in Seoul.
Right.
So why Seoul? Saints Row took place in Stillwater and Steelport. You guys haven't done a real world city ever, really.
Yeah. I think for us, we wanted to reinforce that the conflict in Agents Mayhem is global, and we've done a couple of these pseudo-American cities. We enjoyed that. It's great, but we wanted to sort of do something that was different, and even beyond Europe. And we thought Seoul was a great opportunity. There's the mixture of the high tech and more traditional architecture, and you'll see that in the city as it's built. But additionally, on top of that, you're fighting against the Ministry of Pride, which is one of the 7 ministries in Legion, and they're very technologically focused. So they're after robotics and AI and a lot of stuff like that. And we thought Seoul had a great tie to that and really help sell that conflict. And so the reason Legion is in Seoul is to take that technology, and the reason Mayhem is there is to stop them from doing that.
I see. Very cool. So one thing that I love about this game that you don't see in a lot of games anymore, there are boss fights in this game. There are boss fights in a third-person open-world game. Why?
So, it's part of it is selling Legion, right? It's like they have a big faceless army. You take tons and tons of their grunts out, but they have to be commanded by these larger-than-life characters, very maniacal, like
megalomaniac.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
Very over the top, and so we needed something to really sell that these guys are that, and they're dangerous. And so you've seen Dr. Babylon in the trailer. He's he does some pretty crazy things. He creates this golem. We have his lieutenants. There's several of them in the game that you take on one at a time, and it's important that they help sell the danger of Legion and what makes them interesting as well, and that they have their own agendas and goals that aren't always in alignment with each other even.
Gotcha. So you mentioned that there's big personalities, like whether it's on Legion side or Mayhem side. It seems like they're counterbalancing each other a lot. That it's because Mayhem, you said, wouldn't even exist without Legion. So there's a really cool counterbalance of over-the-top characters and personalities. Even the schemes. It feels very comic book-esque of what's going on within the world. You see. In the announced trailer that we just watched earlier, there's a satellite that blocks the sun.
It's obviously, like, these are things that you wouldn't necessarily see in real life, and that's important because it's got to be fun. It's got to be, and the stakes have to be huge, right? And that's a lot of the what makes AOM exciting. So when Legion does something, they're not there to steal money or just occupy a city there or even a building. They if they're going to do something, it's about having a big effect on the world and something that they think is going to help them take over the world or destroy governments and things like that.
So let's talk humor a little bit. There's when you think with Volition, when you think Saints Row, you think a variety of different things, maybe specific weapons in certain games, maybe things that we can't necessarily mention on air here. But how is humor incorporated into Agents of Mayhem?
It's basically everywhere. It's an integral part of the game. It's in the fabric of the characters and the writing and the situations. Again, like the agents, they'll make fun of each other. They'll make fun of themselves. They'll make fun of the situation, and they'll do it in ways that sort of poke fun at like the culture, like comic book culture or pop culture, but it's not done in a mean way, like we did in Saints, just like in Saints Row. It's really about because we love that stuff and we think that it's fun to make fun of it because we care about it and we think it's fun, and you'll see that throughout the game.
Very cool. So there's specifically a lot of the humor. It's on purpose. Nothing's going to be in the game that is out of place. Like if it's in the game, there's a reason it's in there. It's inspired humor, I guess?
The way we call it in the studio is it's humor with context.
Okay.
So a lot of the humor in Saints Row sometimes came out of nowhere. It's just like, oh, what's this doing here? Here, if there's something funny, it's because it's something about the character that's what they care about, or that's what they notice, or it's something about the plot or the city or something. So it's really it's providing that humor that we had in Saints Row, but in a contextual way.
Okay, and that being said, your writers are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. But in a good way. We love it, right?
I know. Biggest compliments to all the writing team. So talking about the game and seeing what we've shown today, obviously there are a variety of abilities. What we're seeing behind us right now is Rama, who's Indian immunologist. She just used her Mayhem ability, which is
the plague arrow. Yeah. So you can see the sort of green effect of the plague, and what happens is you can see the damage numbers coming off the enemies as they're affected by the plague, and so she's basically trying to affect as many people as possible.
So you catch yourself using a lot of terms in this game, like she has her plague arrow does DPS, and that's a spreadable DPS across multiple enemies. You talk about fortune. She has AOE effects. You talk about hardtack in his melee. He has an AOE melee.
Yep.
You seem to be there's a lot of terminology that may or may not have been present in previous Saints Row games. I feel like combat is deeper in a different way here.
Absolutely. I mean, for us, one of the things we wanted to do with Agents of Mayhem was really play up more of the combat, make it more strategic in terms of the choices you're making, particularly with how their agents are outfitted and which agents are picking, but then also very tactical. What agent am I going to pick? What ability am I going to use at a certain time? And that means we need to have more options at the player disposal and more effects on the battlefield, both how you can be affected by enemies as well as what you can do to them.
Gotcha. Let's talk customization. Gameplay customization in this is really deep. Like it's not surface at all. So tell me about just briefly touching on skill trees and swapping abilities. It's not just choosing one character and that's the character you have.
Right. It's so the customization comes in sort of several different layers.
Okay.
The first one is what agents am I going to use? So how am I going to build my squad out? Once you've decided that, then you have to look at how do you want them to play. So each agent has sort of multiple trajectories or ways that they can approach things. Like you can focus on Rama's plague arrow and make that better, or focus more on sort of her protector abilities. And by doing that, you sort of figure out like in certain situations they're going to be better, and then how they play together affects that as well. Additionally, all our agents level up, and as they level up, you have points that you can assign to their attributes or their skills, and increase like how durable hardtack is, or how much fortune can affect enemies when they're stunned. And so by picking and choosing there, you're getting a lot of customization in terms of how you want to best take advantage of the agents you have.
So one thing that a lot of people commented on when we announced the game was that it's a single-player game. This is solely a single-player focused experience. Why was that important to you guys, and how did you craft the game to focus on exactly that?
Yeah, so co-op is something we definitely considered. It's something we have a lot of experience with, particularly with Saints Row. But in the end, what we wanted was our players to feel like they are in control of this agency, they're running these agents, and that they didn't have to rely on other players to get that experience. So the swapping between the various squad mates was sort of what we wanted to focus on. And in doing so, it made it so that we weren't as keen on doing the co-op, because we think that single player experience does a lot for making you feel like you're running the agency and playing these agents.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's almost like you, as one player, are the entire agency.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. That's well, it's so. Is it like a good versus evil scenario? Like, what is this? How would you describe the overall, I guess, theme of Agents of Mayhem?
Yeah, some of us like to use, it's bad versus evil.
Okay.
I don't know. It's quite to that level, but it's the way I'd best describe it is, Mayhem was created not to save people. They're there to stop Legion.
Well, they are called Mayhem.
Exactly. So and that kind of comes with the territory. Now, in the process of stopping Legion, they do save people, but a lot of people die too. And that's sort of, Hollywood likes to say that's collateral damage. It's
the price you pay for freedom, baby.
Yes, exactly.
So it's almost like an amoral, like we talked about different personalities within the agency, so I'm sure certain characters are going to feel one way about collateral damage, where others may not care. And I guess for you, what's the most important factor? Because everyone has a different play style and reason, but what's the most important factor for you when you're choosing who your squad's going to be?
I actually choose personally based on two factors. One is like personality and humor, like what am I expecting to hear when I play as a certain agent, and then how they
go
play.
back to that. How does that work?
Oh yeah, so that's a great point, because one of the best things that we have, like when you're playing our demo, is depending on what agent you're controlling at a specific time, when something happens in the game, they'll comment on it or respond to Friday, our agent who's directing you from the base, and it's all based on their personality and their character. And so we will often have people play through the demo multiple times and then just swap out during conversations to hear the different reactions from the characters. And that's a really fun thing, because it can be pretty different.
Well, that's cool, because when you're playing it, you I guess you hear an audio cue coming up, and then you'll see people trigger to the character that they like for personality rather than they like for a play style.
Yeah, exactly. And so obviously you don't have to do that, but that's definitely a fun thing to do. Then of course the play style is important, and that's sort of my other big factor in determining who I pick. I like playing from a long range, so Rama is a great choice for me. I like her Plague Arrow also, but I also have fun with Hollywood. Because of his lines and how he responds to things.
Well, I guess after years of working on a game, from the development side, what makes you excited? Like this is something you've been working on for years that you haven't been able to talk about. Like what's so important to you about this week?
I mean, for me, it's finally being able to tell the whole world about this game, because when we first started coming up with this idea at the studio, and like a few of us sort of battering our ideas, what do we do? And we came, this idea came up, and immediately all of us just responded really well to it. We're like, yeah, this is awesome. We want to make this game, and that was very quickly like the ultimate choice. And we sort of dropped everything else that we were like thinking about or working on, and said we're going to focus on this. And so for 3 years, I've been super excited, really wanting to tell people about this game, and now this week we finally get to do that.
Well, very cool. Thank you so much, Anoop. Anoop Shaker, Project Design Director for Agents of Mayhem at Deep Silver Volition. I'm Will Powers from Deep Silver. You can expect Agents of Mayhem on PS4, Xbox One, and PC coming 2017. Thank you so much.
How cool was that stuff? We had a great day of SCP programming today, starting with Final Fantasy 15. They announced the King's Tale. I'm pretty proud of that one. We also went into Tomb Raider with Top 20 Tunes with Megan Marie and her guests, went through the entire gamut of every single game. Deus Ex, 2 Deus Ex programs back-to-back. Deus Ex Go. I believe it was Apple Design Award winners. I think they brought that up. Congratulations to them. And Deus Ex Mankind with JJB and Sasha, and telling you more about that great upcoming game. We have more of them tomorrow, so don't forget to tune in if you want to learn about Breach. That'll be coming up, I think, about noon. We then had a Dragon Quest Builders. We got to see that game. That looks pretty cool. A lot of people are psyched for it. People playing on the show floor. What else? Milestone. You got to see Valentino Rossi, some pro playing from Tomasa and Ray hosting the show. And then we have Star Ocean finishing it off with their final Starlog. And, of course, Agents of Mayhem. That thing looks pretty cool. I'm interested for that. So tomorrow, to give you just a quick heads up before we close out for the day today, we've got Final Fantasy 15 kicking off at the top of the hour once again. However, this is a Japanese language only program, so feel free to watch it, but just know that it's for our Japanese fans overseas. So hope you can enjoy it, and I'm sure they will too. After that, we've got a Hitman live stream with Yosuke Matsuda. That is our president of Square Enix. He'll be taking out some people through Hitman, making some contracts. I don't quite know, so we're going to see what he's doing tomorrow, what he's doing. Then, of course, like I said, Mankind Divided Breach. And then after that, I'll be focusing on Final Fantasy XII, The Zodiac Age. That's the kind of HD remake on PS4. Learn all about that because we just announced it recently. Then we've got another Final Fantasy 15 program. I know, it's like we're releasing this big game. It's weird. And then Brave Exvius, which is a new mobile title. You might have seen it in the trailer loop today, earlier. It's really cool. It kind of pulls in a lot of characters from previous Final Fantasy games, villains, heroes. They'll go into it a lot more tomorrow. So if you're interested in that, that'll be there. And then Kingdom Hearts 2.8. It's been getting a lot of traction out here on the show floor. People are digging that, so we'll be able to focus in on that. And then finishing off the whole day for us tomorrow will be Final Fantasy XIV Producer Letter Live with, of course, Yoshida-san himself. He'll be here, Matt Hilton. They'll be reading off all the new stuff from Final Fantasy that's going up. I kind of think that's it for the day. Pretty tired. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Tune back in tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. That's when we'll be kicking off. Maybe a little earlier with me leading it. And then we'll finish throughout the end of the day at 6 p.m. So thank you again. Hope you guys enjoyed, and see you tomorrow.